Welcome to another edition of the Willy Bragg Show. I'm Willy Bragg. I'm eating dinner right now and having a glass of wine, and I'll probably have more as the evening develops. So, hope everybody's doing well today. It is kind of like a pre-birthday live stream. Tomorrow, I have other plans, and so I decided, well, let me just go ahead and do that tonight. So I'm off this evening. Might as well make the most of it. And I'm here to. I'll have guests this evening. I'm eating dinner at the same time, and so it'll be a social setting. Less serious this time. There might be some serious discussions, but it'll be a little more laid back this evening. So so anyway, I'm eating in my dining room. I have a new dining room set. I'm not doing it in the studio this time, and so here I am, celebrating my 56th birthday. So anyhow, let's talk to everyone here in the very beginning. We have Desert Mantis. And how are you doing today? I got a few presents. I'm wearing one of them right now. Let's see here. Yeah, thank you, Desert Mantis. Thank you for the birthday greeting. Happiness on your birthday, says Max Sergey. Oh, it's the Russian Doomer music. I have kind of a love for the Russian Doomer music, so that explains that. And Linda says, happy birthday. Thank you. And thank you once again. It's not bad. It's a pretty decent day. I had a decent amount of sleep. I work graveyard shift. And I am off. I usually am off on Tuesday nights. So that's what's going on right now. So, and as I said, we'll have a few guests here. We'll sit there and hang tight, talk, and all that. Earl, how are you doing today? I am doing well. So, as I said, I'll be 56 tomorrow at 4:15 in the afternoon. I was born March 5th, 1969, at the old wing of Pitt County Memorial Hospital in Greenville, North Carolina. And thank you. I appreciate that. And so, right there, my dad was getting his master's degree at ECU. And so he was there from 68 until 70. So, and then my mom and my dad moved back to Puerto Rico because my mom's Puerto Rican. And so we lived there for about 2 years, from 1970 to 72. Then moved back to North Carolina and I've been in North Carolina since then. So, and so anyway, make a long story short, I lived in a little small town. I lived in a little small town in the northeastern part of North Carolina. It's called Hertford County. The name of the town is Ahoskie. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but it kind of defined who I am today in a lot of ways. So maybe there was something of value about that town. So it played a role in my politics developing. So maybe not all was bad at the end of the day. Thank you, Cisco. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Well, it's actually officially tomorrow. My birthday is officially tomorrow, but I'm off tonight, so I'm celebrating it one day early. I figure make a live stream out of it, and it's going to be laid back for the most part. There will, as I said earlier, there will be some serious political commentary, but it'll be probably more to a minimum than usual. So the world is a dystopian nightmare at times. So it's like, why ruin it with just more negativity about the world, But there will be some discussions and some things, that's relevant to world events. But anyway, I'm sorry. Probably should have done this before 7:00. I will have should have some special guests at 7:00. So that's So anyway, the people I'm having most people will be here for for a few minutes throughout the evening, and we'll be discussing just idle chit chat and things of that nature. So yeah, I agree. You have to embrace the insanity. I know I did. I have to embrace the insanity at times. I have to laugh about it, because if I don't laugh about it, I'll go nuts. And there were times I went nuts over the years. And here's the negativity part with a little pocket of humor to it. Thing is that the United States is rather hopeless at times, and it feels rather hopeless at times with the politics that I have. It's like we can't even inch further left the way we need to. And we have one party that's extremely unhinged and right wing. Not everybody in it is, but overall the party is. The other one is basically a conservative party called the Democrats, and there's not any wiggle room at all for the left, and that's problematic. So the thing about it is that I had to learn how to take things with humor. Supple Planet. Oh, I know who you are. Thank you, Supple Planet. No man. Alcohol might be having a little effect already. All right. Along with Gomer Pyle and Matthew Ho. I know Matthew Ho, by the way. You're my favorite North Carolinian, Willy, the Willy Bragg Show, socialist and dirtbag leftist. Thank you. Yeah, Matthew Ho was on my show. I think he was like the first big guest on my show. Nope, he was the second one, but he was kind of like the first. I'll tell you about the first guest I had. And it's not his fault. He was a little older, and he was just a little stubborn about not wanting to use StreamYards. And he was from Alaska. And his name, get this, the town he lived in is North Pole, Alaska. And his name is Santa Claus. Legally, he changed his name to Santa Claus. I interviewed him. He ran in the district at large, I believe it is, and I think it's like one district they have in Alaska. The district at large, there was a congressional seat open up. That's when they had the ranked choice voting, and I think he spent something like $300. And he came in like 5th place, and there were like 35 candidates running for that congressional seat. And so suffice to say, that's what happened with Santa Claus. He raised awareness. He's a democratic socialist. I believe he's a retired Episcopal bishop. And he's as I said, he works for help with the poor and unfortunate up there in North Pole, Alaska. And I interviewed him, but he wanted to do it through Zoom. And when I was doing it through Zoom, I forgot to actually do the recording of the video. So there was no video, so there was no interview. So it was never posted on YouTube. Can you believe that? So anyway, I was thinking about trying to get him back on the show eventually, and he knows about the situation, and he wasn't too upset about it. And Matthew Ho was the second guest I ever had on my show. It was when he was running for the U.S. Senate in North Carolina, and he and the Green Party were able to get ballot access. They crossed their T's and they dotted their I's, but the North Carolina Board of Elections decided they didn't want to see the Green Party on the ballot, but they were able to skedaddle their way back onto the ballot. And I was able to vote for Matthew Ho. I met him at the Julian Assange rally in Washington, D.C. in October 2022. And what else I would say about him? And we know the same people. We know the same activists. That was interesting. I was like, gee, small world. I'm thinking about having them back on my show eventually. I'm not the only one that's having a birthday. 2 other people are having a birthday around the same time. One today, although it might be March 5th where she lives right now, and the other one's down in Brazil 1 day later than mine. So for March 4th, I want to go give a shout out to Fiorella Isabel, the co-host of Combo Couch, now it's called Truth Wire. She lives in Moscow, and she's celebrating her birthday today. Well, probably yesterday in her case now. I want to give it a shout out. She's been on my show before. I've interviewed her. I like Fiorella. She keeps it real, and she's I like her passion. And she's a smart journalist. I mean, she's great. So, other person I want to wish birthday is Glenn Greenwald, who lives down in Brazil. Glenn Greenwald, born March 6th. So he's having a birthday too. So there you have it. You have Fiorella Isabel. Well, here in the United States, we could say today, but across the ocean, halfway across the world, is technically tomorrow. So she celebrated her birthday technically yesterday in where she's at now. I'm sorry. I'm hungry. Anyway, let's see here. About eggs. I had a conversation with my parents this morning on the phone about eggs. Yep, that's the conversation I had. Find a person with chickens, fresh eggs, $5 a dozen. My mom and dad lives in Puerto Rico. So here's the thing about them living in Puerto Rico. They have some chickens. They're not raising the chickens, but they have some chickens around, and they like to lay eggs around. So they just help themselves to the eggs, and I don't blame them one bit. So anyway, so they don't have to spend $7 or $8 for a dozen eggs at the store like everybody else. They're set. They are set. And with Hurricane, I think it was Hurricane Maria, they had some powder eggs that they said was actually good. They said you would think powder eggs would be delicious, but you just turn them into scrambled eggs and you serve them with a steak. They said it's wonderful, and they got that from the U.S. government. The U.S. government giving stuff like that away to the people during the hurricane. There was some questions that was being asked. Let me scroll back earlier. Let's see here. Give me a second here. I saw one. Let's see. No, if I ever had raw milk. And Grepatine, how are you doing today? And somebody was asking, where's Warren? Warren should be here in a little while. I think he's scheduled like after 8 o'clock. He should be here, and we'll be hanging out. So that's what we'll be doing. So anyway, let's see. I find 0 stomach issues with raw milk. Never knew that. You know, I don't know if I ever had raw milk. I know what I had growing up, and that was what you call it? That was powdered milk. Powdered milk tasted like chalky water. It's like water with chalk in it. That's what it tasted like. Or it's like BC powder or something. I don't know. It was just, I was like, I could hardly get that thing down when I was growing up. I mean, it was gross as hell to have powdered milk. Mom and Dad, they had powdered milk. I had to go when I go and visit my grandmother in Selma. She'll have whole milk, and now you always look forward to having whole milk when I would visit. But my parents were kind of just kind of strange like that. Good people, but they have some unusual investment habits. So I know the lighting's not really all that ideal today, but I'm working on it because I'm moving shit around too. With the new dining room set, I had to move some stuff around. It's not fully moved around yet, and so that's what's going on. And so I've been doing some of my live stream here in the dining area, and I can't wait to go back to my studio. It's really the spare bedroom. I just call it my studio because it just makes me look deep and serious. But that's just one of those little quirks about people who live stream and do podcasts and all of that. So I'm sorry. Don't you worry. I'll be downing my pizza and pretty soon. So what? Yeah. The background, Linda. Yeah. It's getting better. It's getting better. The background's getting better. As I said, I've been moving stuff around for a while, trying to figure where this go and where that go. And Mouse itself, thank you. Happy birthday to me. Thank you. I appreciated that. So and Katie Ann, you got my message on the phone. How are you doing today? I'm doing well, and happy International Women's Day a few days early on your phone conference tonight, and just hopefully it'll all go well and everything. So anyway, let's see, what do we have here? Dang, I have turned into a homesteader. I've just turned into a couch potato half the time when I come home. I mean, I'll just, I don't hardly ever sleep in my bed. Maybe about 40% of the time. I usually just sleep on the couch. I just had the TV on mute because it's TV. It's hardly worth anything watching. So I'll just go online and, and of course, do what I normally do, listen to some podcasts or what have you. And then I'll fall asleep eventually. And and I kind of did that today earlier. I was watching. Oh, thank you. KES says, happy birthday, Willie. You and Generational Change are some of the few who did not sell out politically. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I had Jen Perlman here a couple of times on the show. She ran against Debbie Wasserman Schultz twice in the primaries, and what I like about Generational Change is that I think that they were a little bit too reliant on the Democratic Party, and I think that they're kind of getting it, that the Democratic Party is a dead end in a lot of ways. I kind of wish it wasn't. I kind of wish that the Justice Democrat Project would have been a success story, would have made our lives a little bit easier. However, I just see a dead end. I'm not one of those people that'll sit there and be preachy about it. You support the Democrat. I don't do that. I did it a little bit when I borderline worship Bernie, but those days are long gone. But anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the show's been, they've been having some interesting guests on the show and everything. I would say, as far as some of the two larger name podcasts out there, I probably do watch Generational Change and do Dissidents, pretty equally. And of course, I mean, there are others out there I will watch. I watch The Gray Zone. I watch various other podcasts, and I kind of skip around and watch whatever. I can't not watch it all, but I do watch what I can whenever I can. I used to be a big Kyle Kalinske fan. And it's not because he's dime store Eminem, but he's, although he does look ridiculous with the hair dye. He just went from being really edgy to just kind of mousy, and very much just a Democratic Party hack. And I mean, he'll say the right things, but he'll ruin it by saying you guys got to support the Democrats. And it's a dead end. So he's great on policies, but on electoral strategy, he's not quite with it. So, and there's quite a few people like that out there, but I'd rather listen to him than to listen to TYT or Sam Cedar or David Packman. Not that they don't have anything well with the Young Turks. With the Young Turks, they're flirting. They're definitely flirting with MAGA these days, and it's not sitting there sucking up to Charlie Kirk. I mean, my gosh. There's no revolution happening in the United States, so the third party is a dead end too. And you're right. You're not wrong. So it's kind of like, and to try to work inside the Democratic Party, they will fuck with you in the primaries. Look, whatever we may think of Marianne Williamson, she was definitely to the left of Biden, and their shenanigans by closing off the primaries the way they did is partly why Trump came back into the White House. It's almost not surprising why Trump came back into the White House. It didn't need to happen. And you know one thing about it is that that this time around, the first time he was kind of like an ass clown. He's still an ass clown. But this time around, he's basically Biden. I mean, excuse me, Trump is, he's got all these yes men around, and sometimes you wonder, are we headed toward dictatorship? I mean, I won't comply. Whatever edict that they uttered out there, I'm not going to comply. Because historically, I'm on the right side of history / left side. And, and I'm a little concerned what's going to happen with media. I mean, independent media. I think that they're not going to go after independent media right away. I think when they decide to go after media, they're going to go after the big guys. They're going to go after CNN. They kind of are in a way right now. MSNBC. They're going to go after them. They're going to go after them. And after they if they're successful in muscling their way with mainstream media, what they consider liberal media, which liberal media by today's standards is really not that liberal. What would they do? They'll just kind of I don't know what they'll do. I mean, if they're successful, then what will happen is that they'll go and after independent media next. But I'm going to break the boredom a little bit. What I'm going to do, waiting for the first guest to get here. I think that what I'm going to do, I meant to do this a minute ago. We'll do it right now. I can't really play the song, but I can play covers. And so the song's called Happy Birthday. It's a cover by Alter Images from 1981. So we'll go ahead and do that. Enjoy.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
I'll tell you what, we'll play that a little bit later because it looks like our first guest is here.
Hey, what's up? What's up,
Hey.
Willy?
Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the Willy Bragg Show, and hope everything's well in your life and all that. And what's up?
Not too much, man. What's up? Well, happy birthday, 56.
56 tomorrow afternoon at 4:16 p.m. I'm off tonight, so
beautiful.
Yeah. So
Russ says he's in too. Do you see him back there?
I don't see him yet.
Yeah, he says he's in based on the link that you sent him on Facebook.
Okay, I'm kind of waiting for him. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he'll show up in a second because I don't see him right now.
All right. Yeah, he says he's on. He says he's signed in. Let me see.
Okay, I'm looking. Okay, it's just me. It's just me and you is what I'm saying here.
All right. Hang on.
Okay, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send him another invite.
All right, here. Hold on. I'll send it to him. I'll email him the one you did.
Okay, that'll work. Must be a little glitch with StreamYard. You know how they are.
Yeah, every once in a while, it could be a little confusing. Hang on one second. I'll get this here for him. Here we go. All right, I'm going to text him now. Tell him I just emailed.
I remember when I first started using StreamYards, and it's really simple to use, but when you're first starting to use it, you're kind of all thumbs. Might still be all thumbs at times, but I've gotten better since 2021. So,
is that how long you've been doing this?
2020.
Okay.
But I started doing StreamYards in 2021, so it was a little. Oh, there's Russ. So it became a little bit easier to use. Hey,
there
Russell, how are you?
What's up?
What's going on? My 56th birthday as of tomorrow, doing it one day early.
Which birthday?
56 for me.
56. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So what are you, Russell? 50? What are you?
I'm 55.
Really? You're 55 now? Wow. Look how the time goes. Oh, yeah, because you're born in 69. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit.
In the summer of 69.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What months?
What's that?
What months?
August.
Okay. March 5th, 1969.
That was a lot of that was arguably the most eventful summer in American history.
Yeah.
Moon landing, Manson murders, Woodstock, Chappaquiddick.
I just don't remember.
That was a good year to have a podcast. You know, if you were a podcaster back in '69,
well, back
never
back
a shortage of content that year. A lot of hot takes that year.
The closest thing they had was pirate radio back then. They would
that's right.
ship offshore. They would do
that's
their
right.
radio.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. 1969. I was in Greenville, and at East Carolina. Not as a student. My dad was getting his master's back then, and and it was not really a whole lot of political activity. It was like one protest against the Vietnam War down on 5th Street. That was about as much as it was on that campus. But I think in the southern campuses, they probably weren't having that much left-wing anti-war activities.
Well, on any given day during the Nixon presidency, 1/3 of college campuses were shut down by protests. But you know, Trump's going to one up Nixon, man. He's just going to make protest illegal. He just announced.
Yeah, they just announced
it's illegal. Today. It's illegal.
Yeah,
I really want to see what the fucking chuds are going to say now. He literally just outlawed free speech on college campuses. You guys are going to speak out against that, right? All the Trumpers. They're all going to speak out.
I've been saying all these years with this whole, now the old SJW bullshit about a decade ago. I mean, there was a lot of goofiness, and a lot of it died down. But I mean, this wokeness that they like to talk about and crow about kind of died down a little bit. I mean, it's still kind of there, but not to the extent that they claim it is.
I don't know, man. Fucking, Rachel Zegler went up there at the Academy Awards with Gal Gadot and didn't say shit. So I'd say it's over.
Yeah, that's right.
It's done.
That's right. You know, they were worried that Gal Gadot
didn't call her out as a Zionist tool or anything.
Yeah. What if Gal Gadot had to present documentaries? She would have had to give him the Palestine movie the award.
That would have been funny.
But yeah, no, I mean, they're not going to... I already saw that guy, Benny Johnson, tweet out something in support of Trump's announcement about the protests. Yeah, they're not going to say shit. You know, look, for a lot of these people, it really is. And, you know, I don't say this to insult people. I'm a socially very liberal guy. You know, how everybody lives their life is up to them, and that's great. But for a lot of these people, it is a sexual attraction to Donald Trump. I mean, it comes down to that.
Oh yeah,
it comes down to they just have the hots for him. It's not like he can betray them politically. You have a crush on a girl, doesn't matter how she treats you. You like her anyway, right? There's an attraction there. They have a sexual attraction to Donald Trump. That's why he can do whatever he wants.
They're in love with him. Look at the memes.
He could rub his smegma all over them. They would love it.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They put an Arnold Schwarzenegger muscular figure with his.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. All that AI shit. The AI renderings of him. Yeah, obviously.
Some people have pointed this out. To be fair, they did that shit with Reagan. Now, really, that could just reinforce the idea that Republicanism is generally a gay movement.
Right.
But yes, with Reagan, they would put Reagan's head on the Rambo. You remember that, Willie? They would put Reagan's head on Rambo. Yeah, so they did that then, too. They had to cut and paste it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see how that refutes my thesis at all.
I guess, back then.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see how that refutes my thesis at all.
I'm just saying it's not unique to Donald Trump. Like,
no,
they always want to suck off their big alpha males.
I mean, at least
well, that's the thing. He is an archetype, just like Reagan was an alpha archetype in his own way too. Not to the cartoonish extent that Trump is, but Reagan was an actor. He was a TV man, you know.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah. Mr. Gorbachev, bend over that wall. Mr. Gorbachev, bend yourself over that wall.
I'm going to give you what they call a standing 8 count, and then I'm going in.
Mr. Gorbachev, bend me over that wall.
We actually had a gay viewer who was very upset about our joking about the Gaylord Center there.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you know that, Willie? That CPAC is held apparently they hold it every year at the Gaylord National Convention Center.
You know,
the name of the venue.
If I would have been aware of that, I wouldn't have made the connection with Gaylord.
They didn't like, I guess you said fudge packer or something.
No, I didn't say that. I think you said that. You said there's a bar in town called the Manhole that's pretty crowded.
The Manhole.
We got a super chat about it. We got a. I think one of our callers that night said that. We didn't say it.
I mean, that's not really in my vocabulary. Like, it's not a good.
No, it's not me. Look, look. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't say this in a bullying or bigoted way. Obviously, I think it speaks to a fact that they misrepresent themselves. This whole alpha persona is an image of themselves that they create that's born of their own insecurity. That's why I bring it up. Right, and I think that's a real issue. Like that's a legitimate issue to bring up.
I said to them. I mean, obviously we're trolling. I mean, what do you think? What do you think that's about? Like, and they understood that. There's the thing, I mean, all the identity politics people, they'll never give you, even when they understand what you were doing.
Right.
Person did. They'll never just concede the point that that's not where you're coming from, even if it's very obvious that's not where you're coming from, because they get off on those kinds of arguments. Like they get off on claiming that kind of moral superiority. They're very damaged kind of people who really go there, and they'll never follow the rules of decency in a debate or a disagreement. They will always cast you in the worst possible light, and they will never give it up. Like, there's no point to even explaining yourself with those people.
Oh yeah, no, of course not.
You say. It doesn't
of course
matter.
Not. But like the like Benny Johnson, he actually like lives the life of a family man. I think he's got like 4 kids or whatever. But like these guys, they are brand ambassadors to that lifestyle, right? And they project those values onto people, many of whom don't live those things. I mean, a lot of this MAGA thing, especially in its current, more online incarnation, it's a movement of, we say it all the time, it's a movement of weak, insecure men who try to see some of themselves in a strong alpha figure because of their own insecurities and weaknesses.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I think the the gay thing is kind of a fun comedic inroad into that very real and legitimate point. I think, like, that's what I think. That's the purpose it serves.
Well, it's not like our go-to.
No,
Like, dude, the Gaylord Center. Come on, man.
Come on, man. That's fucking funny.
You handed it to us.
Yeah, how can we not? Yeah, how can it not be? Yeah, how is that not funny?
Yeah, well, and here's the thing about it is that I mean, I've gotten chastised by people on the liberal side of the equation trying to make a point. Like 10 years ago, somebody blocked me when Ann Coulter said she's going to sue anybody who calls her transgender. And I got online and encouraged people to start saying, well, let's start calling her, if everybody start calling her transgender. And I'm not a transphobe. I have transgender friends. I'm fully on board with the equality movement. But here's the thing. One person got really angry, called me a bigot, and blocked me for it, not fully realizing what I'm trying to make.
They're always looking for it. They're always looking for it. Like that. That's it. That's why they're attracted to such a just narcissistic worldview. You know what I'm reading right now? And this may be the first book. You know, some of these people do like these book club kind of things on their channel, and they seem to be very popular. I'm thinking about doing this one. This is very good. And
yeah. The book clubs are popular. Yeah, you tell everybody to read a book,
right?
And then a month later, you do an episode on the book.
Yeah, I think that would be a good one because it's nice and short, so everyone would be able to get through it. It's like it's like 85 pages without the introduction and afterward.
A couple of hours in the afternoon could take care of that.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing about communism. You know, I feel like a lot of the smartest communists are pretty succinct. They don't tend to go on and on and on, right? I mean, I think that's the benefit of having an ideology that is just based in like material and structure, right? There's only so much you could really say, right? I mean, you can't go on and on for 900 pages. Not really. I mean, I'm sure you could, but it's not necessary.
Das Capital, I think, goes.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. Well, you know, he was a little pompous, but you could do it. You could do very stripped down versions of these things.
Yeah, but this.
I mean, the Bolsheviks were not particularly intellectually curious, so you know, you couldn't have something too long for them.
That's yes. Yeah. Very, very, very much like the mystery plays. It was all for people who couldn't read.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, but he gets into in that how you know, and this is something I've heard articulated, but he really lays it out very well. How, you know, you look at a movement like Wall-E, and it's inherent to allowing people to have an ironical relationship to capitalism while participating in it, to have movies like that, which are obvious critiques of capitalism. You know, the corporation destroyed the earth, and then later you see the humans who are in exile are all big and fat and helpless. So, you know, it's critiquing that. And he's arguing, you know, that allows people to, in their minds, consider themselves independent of that system, which gives them permission to participate in it without actually challenging it. And, you know, you hear a lot of communists talk about like the individualism that underlines the idea of capitalism. And that's something else he gets into. He talks about how, you know, in a way, capitalism is post-ideological. Like, you can't be a communist or a fascist without understanding its ideology, without in some way committing to its ideology. Whereas you can fully participate in capitalism without even being aware that you're participating in an ideology.
Right.
And it makes people tend to focus on an emphasis on their personal freedom and individual expression as a political expression, and the only necessary political expression. And that's where the identity politics really comes from. There's, you tell people that they can't question the overall system. So what do? If you're temperamentally kind of progressive, and I believe that's a personality type, right? You got to fuck with things. So if you can't really fuck with things, you got to fuck with this, right?
Right.
That's all that's offered to you.
Right. It's just the politics of self-expression. Yeah, we talk about that a lot. Yeah. All right. Well, Willie, I gotta run because I gotta put my kids to bed and walk the dog, and then we have a stream tonight actually because Trump is speaking, so we are on.
Motherfucker, it's supposed to be a
Yeah,
goddamn
he ruined
day
our
off.
day off.
He ruined our day off.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm winning. I do not feel like I'm winning.
None of us do under Trump, and MAGA's going to get that wake up call too.
Indeed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some of them are. I think some of them do have buyer's remorse.
They're already starting.
Can you imagine if the fucking eggs were fucking over $11 under Biden?
And the stock market just tanked.
Yeah. And the stock market tanked. You'd be hearing about it.
Yep. Absolutely.
All right, man. Willie.
You are a pal. Thank you for your support. You've been one of our longest and most loyal friends and supporters. So appreciate you as always, man. And happy birthday.
All right. Have fun watching the Trump State of the Union address.
All right. We will have as much fun as we can. We're working.
All right.
On the job. Thanks, man. Happy birthday. Always a pleasure.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So anyway, oh, you still around, Russ? Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh. Is he still there? I don't know if he's still there or not. Looks like the thing is frozen. I think he went away. I'm not sure. He's just standing there. Okay, I think that's it. I think I'm having issues with. Oh, you know what? That might be from the other StreamYards he might have been trying to be on. I'm not sure. Anyway, I guess I don't know. Anyway, so here we are. As I said, that was Russell and Keaton from Due Dissidence. And we'll have some more guests here tonight. I believe Warren will be here, I believe sometime after 8 o'clock. So there you have it. And I'll tell you what, if anybody here wants to come on, just let me know. And I think some of y'all are my friends on Facebook and Twitter. I know several and Blue Sky. Go ahead and just go ahead and contact me, and I can go ahead and put y'all here on the Willy Bragg show. So I will need to get my other laptop. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to do this. As I said, Warren's going to be here, so I'm going to grab my other laptop. And speaking of Warren, I will play this. And while y'all, there we go.
Hey everybody, it's your pal Uncle Warren. Here's my liberal meltdown since Trump won. Why, God, why have you forsaken us? No one is safe. The world is shit. Trump's gonna kill us all with monkeypox. Folks, voting ain't gonna do shit for you, okay? You can't vote your way out of anything these days. Get in the streets. Shut it down. Change the system. Change it to where it benefits the people and not corporations and not these elitist fuckheads that are running shit. It doesn't matter if Trump won or if Harris won or Jesus Christ won or if Satan won or if Marvin the Martian won or any of your favorite game show people won. None of that shit matters. Okay? None of that shit matters. Get out in the fucking streets. out in the fucking streets. General strike, or you're not serious. General strike, or you're not serious. Point.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, you know, and actually, what's really weird is that the resistance this time, there isn't really much of a resistance. I mean, there really isn't. I mean, what we're seeing basically is there's people wanting to go and get along. When you have James Carville, who's a sorry son of a bitch, going around saying, "Yeah, let MAGA do this thing and wait until Trumpism where there's a critical mass of people turning against Trumpism." And the problem with that is that it's not going to work. I mean, it's just another reiteration of the Democrats being feckless and basking. It's the equivalent of when they go low, we go high. You've heard that. You've heard that before. It's like, when they go low, we go high, and then they get their asses kicked in an election. You know, so you know, a Democrat is going to lose an election when they say, when they go low, we go high. I have seen them do that many times. I've seen them when they go low and we go high, then they get defeated. And then they blame the left. Just like clockwork. Let's go ahead on the chat lines over here. All right. And then we'll, just in case I missed anybody. Willy Greasy, thank you. Thank you for the happy birthday greetings. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. We're looking through. Yeah, 69. Giggity. Yeah. From Family Guy. All right. Let's see what else do we have here. We have MAGA equals intellectual consistency in all things. Am I right? Yeah, well, that's true. And we have just some guy saying, "Damn, Willie, you moving up?" I mean, I'm here. So, Bella the Greasy, Warren will be here in a little sometime after. It looks like sometime after 8 is what's going to happen. So, Cowboy Kitty, how are you doing today? Okay. Kameshwari Kate, how are you doing today? Happy birthday, Willie. My husband scheduled an emergency viewing of a condo. I'm sorry to miss out. Oh, no problem. I mean, things happen, but thank you for showing up, though. Thank you. Okay. All right. And let's see what else we have here. Looking through here, and you know what? I tell you what I'm going to do. I was trying to play some music earlier, and we're going to do it now. So we're going to do it now. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that one. This is another cover of Happy Birthday. We're going to hear it all the way through this time.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy. such a fright. Even in my job, Thomas is my second cake.
Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you. Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you. Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you.
Happy birthday, on that teacher's nice. I remember always, I got such a fright. Even in my job, Thomas with my cricket cake.
Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you. Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you. Hey, Willy, and I was you, and I was you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Do you hear me though?
Yeah, as I said, that was a song, a cover of that was just a cover of a song called "Happy Birthday" by Alter Images, which was a new wave song from 1981. And the only reason I'm not playing the actual song is copyright concerns. So there's no law against playing the cover version of it. So there's that. So you'll probably hear another version of it. I like the song. I'll tell you a funny story about that song. The best way to describe it, I will put the link to the video when I'm done here tonight. I'll put the link for the actual song so you can hear it. If you don't get sick and tired of hearing the song, you get to hear the original version of it. Imagine Sixpence, None the Richer, if they were actually cool. Or imagine the Cranberries, in a goofier version of the Cranberries. That might be the best way to describe Alter Images. And anyway, suffice to say, that was their big hit. Closest thing to a hit they ever had. That was their biggest song, "Happy Birthday." And it came out in '81. When I was at East Carolina in the early 90s, I got kind of like, I haven't heard that in a while. So I called the campus station, and it's just in the early 90s. They're going to go and play. They'll play it was the grunge music they were playing back then, but they would still play the Smiths and Echo and the Bunnymen, and they'll play Joy Division and The Cure and Depeche Mode and things of that nature. In doing so, I decided, let me go ahead and ask them to play "Happy Birthday" by Alter Images, which I know they had that in their library because I've been at the studio at WZMB, the campus station, and I've seen some of the records they had in there, and that record was in there. So I asked them if they could play that song. One of the DJs just like, you're kidding me, right? No, I'm not kidding you. I was in the mood to hear Alter Image's Happy Birthday. And she gave some excuse of why she couldn't do it. Like maybe her shift was up or something. And I just knew she didn't want to play it. So there you have it. But that's okay. I like the song. It's very perky, all that. And all. So anyway, I hope everybody's having a great time tonight. I would say y'all join me, but y'all where you're at are all around the country. So, but you're here, and I'm glad y'all are here. And I enjoy doing this. You can call it a labor of love. And when I first started live streaming, 2020, I did it because it was the Bernie movement. I wanted to promote his campaign. And then I ended up yelling all the time because he dropped the knee quicker than he did with Hillary Clinton. Because he knew he got fucked. He definitely knew they're going to have to give up this time is what he thought. Not that I want to relitigate the whole 2020 primaries, but I will say this. Breonna Joy Gray, whatever many of y'all may think of her, I know I have a divided audience when it comes to her. Breonna Joy Gray, she went and she told Bernie, do not give up. Do not give up. You fight Biden, and if you're going to drop out, you get as much concessions out of Biden as possible. And I don't think he would listen to her. The Amazing Atheist did a video back then about it, not mentioning her, but mentioning Ro Khanna. And he more or less blamed Ro Khanna, and I think that made a hell of a lot of sense when he did. He kind of pointed the finger at Ro Khanna, thinking Ro Khanna might have been the one to encourage Bernie to drop out quickly. Ro Khanna might be one of the better Democrats in Congress as far as Democrats are concerned. Sometimes he makes some blunders. I will say this about him, though. He will go and talk to people in independent media. He'll, whether it's the Jimmy Dore show or whether it's Sabby Sabs, or for the sake of argument, even the Young Turks, even though we don't know where they're at ideologically these days. Somebody ask, he'll come on their show. And so anyway, oops, there we go. Don't y'all worry, I got more where this came from. Anyhow, he encouraged her. He encouraged him to drop out quickly. Breonna Joy Gray said, "No, Bernie, you got to go and fight to the bitter end." And I wish that he would have listened to her. I, honest to God, wish he would have listened to her. So anyhow, hold on a second here. So anyhow, so anyway, basically in a nutshell, dropping out, was the death of the near death of the Bernie movement. I will argue that the real death of the Bernie movement happened between rejecting forced to vote and basically the left being divided on Medicare for all marches. I mean, I was not understanding at all about rejecting forced to vote, but I was far less understanding about discouraging Medicare for all marches. It's like, Democrats, what the fuck is wrong with you? Left flank of the Democratic Party, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then you wouldn't go and use a forced to vote for $15 an hour, something that basic. And I just got very frustrated with the fecklessness of the squad. I got very frustrated with them. And so it's just kind of like, what's the use, And so I went from being fairly enthusiastic supporters of the squad to being critical supporters for a while. But thanks to Blue Moon Red Wine, Lucy, who I started corresponding, became friends with in late summer, fall 2022. And that's when I started to know the rest of y'all. When she decided to run for Congress as a write-in candidate, I was kind of like, yep, there's no reason to support AOC anymore, not one bit. So my critical support just ended right there, totally ended. Oh, excuse me. My critical support for AOC ended, and what happened was that I was like, no, she's part of the problem. So I endorsed Lucy, and I endorsed her again last year, a few months ago, when she ran again for Congress, which I think I may, in just a few short moments, I'm going to go and share a Lucy story. But I got to have a sweet tooth taken care of. But I am going to interrupt for a second with a entertaining video, really not political, and it's an interview with somebody who was born the same day I was born, and that is Marquis Smith of The Fall. Y'all are familiar with The Fall? I think some of y'all would be familiar with The Fall. I have a feeling Earl is familiar with The Fall since he knows Fred from CD Alley down in Wilmington. The Fall was they were a post-punk band from Manchester, England, founded in 1977. And they never changed their sound. Marquis Smith was kind of like a working class poet, had a very monotone voice. And that's what he was known for. He died of respiratory issues, I believe, in 2018, I think it was. But he was born on March 5th, 1957. I was born March 5th, 1969. So we were exactly 12 years apart in age. In 2003, he played in Carborough, just outside of Chapel Hill. I want to say Chapel Hill because, people don't know what I mean when I say Carborough. And people in Chapel Hill and Carborough, they take exceptions to each other because it's like, oh, we're in Carborough. We're not really part of Chapel Hill and vice versa. To me, it's the same damn thing. But anyway, the Cat's Cradle, which was located originally in Chapel Hill, is located now in Carborough, just over the city line, borderline. And they played at the Cat's Cradle. And I met Marquis Smith Talked to him for a couple of minutes. He was drunk as shit. It's Marky Smith, you know. So anyway, I was, it was like, that was pretty damn cool. It was a very cool week because that particular week I saw the Cramps on a Sunday night. I saw the Buzzcocks on Tuesday night, and on Friday night I saw the Fall. All three of them at the same club that week. I'm just like, that's just too much coolness for me, you know? So anyway, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and share. All right. Let me find that. It's called Rest in Peace. And this is from a few years ago when he died. So anyway, here we go. Let me get it, scroll it right back to the beginning.
They recycle the questions or recycle your answers. So in fact, they're asking you what you've already said as a question. Do you know what I mean? Right. They do that a lot, you know, it's incredible. So they're like waging war on you with your own words. I'm told I use too many words.
But
But you see, what I have is a very original approach to writing, you see. Because it's not educated, but it's not jargonized, I don't think. I hope it's not. I just write sort of stuff, you know, that supposedly has got something to say, you see. So sometimes I forget about that. I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, it's something you've got to remember. You're writing music, and you've got to have that word that puts a chill up everybody's spine and stuff. You know, it doesn't matter what the word is; it's the way you use it with the music. Sometimes I sort of overreach myself and I just write a lot, and I think it's good and perverted by language a lot. It happens a lot that, you know, it's just the verse is the main part of the song.
That was called Totally Wired by The Fall. As I said, and I think that's copyright free. I think it is. That was from Marquis Smith on The Fall. And as I said, and I think that he was, I heard it's not my, anybody who is a Trotskyist in our audience, there's no offense saying this. It's not my political orientation, but I've heard he was a Trotskyist when he was alive. But suffice to say, he was born March 5th, and so I was a big fan of The Fall. And so since it's my birthday stream, I figure let me go ahead and since it's kind of going to be kind of lighthearted, I figure let's talk about The Fall a little bit. So, and as I said, Marquis Smith, he died in 2018. So, but 12 years, exactly 12 years older. And I met the guy in Chapel Hill in 2003. I was there. He was drunk as hell, but I was drunk as hell too. At the Cramp show, I was not just drunk as hell. I was drunk and I was high that night. But I think I was fairly sober for the. No, I was a little tipsy for the Buzzcocks too. Come think about it. I think I was drunk a whole lot of nights in 2003. I think I was kind of high a lot of times too. But but anyhow. And I don't get high anymore. It's not any moral opposition to it or anything like that. It's just, I remember I was at a party in 2007. And it would have been nothing for me for somebody to pass around a bowl to go and take a hit off. And I did. I went, took a hit, got a little, whatever, a little buzz off of it. Maybe. A very light buzz. But suffice to say, who would ever thought that would have been the last time I would have smoked weed or smoked marijuana or pot, cannabis? Somehow, life got I just had too many interruptions in my life that I couldn't find the time to do it anymore. And now I don't know where to go and get some where it's still illegal in North Carolina. Can you believe that it is still illegal in North Carolina? I've been waiting for them to legalize that shit. It's like, why won't they legalize it? And now with the Trump presidency, I think that the chances of legalizing it is going to be way less. Oh yeah, there are some Republicans out there that'll tell you that they don't mind getting high. They're okay with legalization. They may even mean it. Well, you still have too many people clutching their church pearls, and they're just not going to have it. So that's what it comes down to. Talk to me, everyone. Y'all having fun tonight? If you are, just let me know. And I'll probably be here till about 10 or 11 tonight. That's what I'm planning to do. So, in other words, I'm planning to do this till I get tired. So, Okay, let's take a look at this here. All righty. All right. All right. Let me go and scroll up a little bit here. And we'll see what everybody says here on the chat line. I love how in the land of the free we have to live in fear of playing music. Isn't that the truth? I think some channels, I think Twitch is a little more relaxing, so is Rumble. Now, here's the thing about Rumble. I don't get. If somebody, I got called out for having, I don't really stream on Rumble that much. It's just kind of complicated. It's not as user friendly. That's my problem with Rumble. I appreciate what Rumble's trying to do, preserving free speech, and overall, they're pretty decent about it. But problem with Rumble is that they get this bad rap. Oh, this is where they protect right wingers, to spew hatred or what have you. There's a lot of left wing channels on Rumble, and y'all know that as well. To have this attitude against Rumble, like no, even Rumble swings conservative. I'm not so sure if they really do swing conservative. They swing, their brand is free speech. And, and there are people who go on Rumble from the left that they want their free speech protected too. In some ways, I wish it would be as simple as it used to be. Hey, I got a YouTube channel. I can focus on YouTube. But we have all these other platforms out there. I mean, which I don't believe in monopolies, obviously. But, it used to be simple. You could just go and do most of your shit on YouTube and be done with that. And but what's happened is that everybody getting shut down and demonetized and all that sort of thing. And the edginess of YouTube just kind of lost its appeal. Sad, isn't it? Duo says happy birthday. Didn't mean to butcher the name, but you can blame the wine. My tolerance is pretty low these days. I don't drink as much as I used to. Again, not a prude, just not having the time. And also, it's kind of easy not to drink because I'm trying to keep the weight down, and that's always a challenge. That's always a challenge. So, and here's the thing: I lost 80 pounds 10 years ago, and they want to sanitize our thoughts. That's basically true. I lost 80 pounds 10 years ago. I went to the gym, went there diligently every day, pretty much. And I got my weight under control, and doctor was giving me good reports. I still had the high blood pressure, and weight sometimes doesn't really solve that issue the way it needs to. So, hold on a second here. Cheap viewers on steamboats remove the space. Will or could do that, but anyway. Where was I going with this? Oh, excuse me. The thing about it is that you gotta, I was accused of being right wing because I'm on Rumble. That I don't use. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And you got people just being very self-righteous about it. And you need something that's going to go and protect you out there. I don't care if Steve Crowder posts on Rumble. I don't care. I don't listen to Steve Crowder. I don't listen to Candace Owens. I don't listen to Ben Shapiro. I don't know if those fuckers got a channel on Rumble or not, but I'm just saying, Dinesh D'Souza, I do think he has a channel there. But my point is, I don't have to listen to them. I won't listen to them. And I don't give them time of day. They have a right to say whatever the fuck they want to say. And I don't respect them, but I would respect people's right to free speech out of principle. The left needs our free speech too. If we sit there and be like, well, we can go and censor voices we don't like, and then we go and cry when our voice gets censored, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. And that's what it comes down to. That's not the entire left. In fact, many of us on the left, in fact, support free speech and support it quite emphatically. When I joined this thing called the left, I was a liberal Democrat at the time, but when I joined this thing called the left, one of the things that was part of the package was free speech absolutism. I just believed in that as a principle. And so, and to have people abandon it over the years was depressing. And I really thought the entire left might have been abandoning it, and I might have been the crazy man in the room. But thankfully, through social media and through finding communities like this, I know different. And so, the people who are supposedly on the left who favor censorship are actually to our right in a lot of ways. A lot of them don't support Medicare for all. A lot of them don't support free college. A lot of them don't support these things. And if they do, it's not a high priority. Like damn Nomiki Kantz wants to go and she wanted to shut down Joe Rogan. Now, I got some issues with Joe Rogan, but I don't have Joe Rogan derangement syndrome. In fact, I think Joe Rogan was kind of pushed to the right by some very self-righteous, liberal types. So now, after the election, they're saying we need a Joe Rogan of the left. Well, you did have a Joe Rogan of the left at one time, kind of, and his name was Joe Rogan. He wasn't a hard right-winger. He was wrong, in my view, on trans women, his opposition to trans women in sports, but he was certainly not Matt Walsh on all the other issues. So that's the thing right there. I mean, he had, like Tim Dillon said, he had Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore and Cornel West and David Pakman and Shank Uger on his show. He's progressive. If he said that if he needed the only way he could be more progressive than that, if they go and slice off his cock. It's Tim Dillon. I mean, Tim Dillon being Tim Dillon, In fact, let me go ahead and find that Tim Dillon video. I'll go ahead and do that. It's actually pretty funny. He says it better than I can because he's Tim Dillon, Let me go ahead and try to find it. Let's see. Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan. Okay. If I can find, because he's commenting on Joe Rogan. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And if I can't find it, that's fine. Let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, right there, I found it. And we're going to probably play some Tim Dillon tonight, by the way. Why? Because it's my birthday. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold tight, folks. Guess who we have here? Hello, Warren. How are you?
Hello, sir. How are you?
I am great. I'm great. I'm just I'm hanging out, just talking to everybody about this, that, and the other.
Woo! I got
Yep.
some Jack Daniel's rye whiskey. I figured I'd join you in a drink.
Oh,
What you got?
absolutely. Got me a bottle of Roscato. I
Ooh,
got another bottle in the refrigerator too. So
Pantalones de Fancy. Look at you, Daddy. That's
Yeah.
nice.
yeah, I mean, I don't drink as much as I used to, but that I am attached to my Roscato. So
Well, you have to make up for lost time. That's fine.
Yeah. And if I have a beer, I do Guinness. So
Okay.
yeah,
Right
I
on.
like the stout beers. I like the light wines, but I love the heavy stout beers.
What the hell? Do you
Yeah.
hear that?
What?
I hear something.
What do you hear?
I don't know. I hear something. You don't hear
Yeah.
it, do you? Okay.
No, I'm not hearing it. No.
Okay. It's my old age. Wait a minute. I'm the same age as you. Fuck that.
Yeah, we're the same age as Russell. Keaton and Russell were here earlier.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lainey Peterson too. She's a 69 baby too.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's right.
Should have invited her on the show.
69. She's too highbrow for this show, Willie. Come on, you know.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
kidding. I'm kidding. Stop it. How you doing, man? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my last day of being 55. I'll still be 55 tomorrow until 4:16 in the afternoon.
Oh, really? You're an afternoon baby too. Yeah, I was born at like 3 something in the afternoon, something like that.
Yeah, 4:16 in the afternoon, March 5th, 1969, at the old wing of Pitt County Memorial Hospital in Greenville, North Carolina.
Look, if your mom had held you in for 4 more minutes, I know 4 minutes of childbirth is probably just 4 minutes of hell, but you would have been a 420 baby.
I'm going to have a talk with her about that.
She's like, my baby ain't gonna be no stoner.
No one. Well, I used to. I used to be a pothead for years, and I was saying earlier, I was at a party in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, after a show. One of the local bands were playing, and they were like, "Hey, we got a party!" And so we all went to the party. And they were passing around the bowl as they normally do in a lot of these places. And I went, took a hit, and I had a light little buzz. And just like, okay, that was kind of weak, but whatever. And I was like, "There's next time," and I'm still waiting for that next time. I just happened to have a chance. Life just kind of happened.
Like they said in Stripes, I want to party with you, cowboy. And when we do, I'm bringing the thunder and lightning. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And we'll smoke up. I want to get stoned with you. I seriously do. I want one night I want to get drunk with you, and then one night I want to get stoned with you. So I hope those wishes come true.
All right. Usually when I'm stoned, I'm usually drunk. So there is that.
Yeah, I know, right? I've done that too. Because it's so easy to pregame with pot. Right? It's like if you're going to go out to a bar or something with some friends, you don't want to like spend a whole bunch of money on booze. Usually like you might have a little some of the cheap stuff at the house before you head out, or tokety toke. It's all good. It's safe when you're with somebody that does it a lot. And I know you haven't done it in a while, right? So your tolerance is like in the basement.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I recognize the aroma.
Yeah. It's like you probably get a nice high off just the smell, like secondhand, something like that.
When I went to Rage Against the War Machine 2 years ago, went to the hotel reception where CPI was doing their thing, and so I stepped outside for a minute. Just to kind of, it was kind of warm in there. So I just kind of wanted to get cool outside. And and there were people walking down the street of DC smoking it, and just like okay, I was like that certainly wouldn't take place where I live.
Yeah, it's going to be a while for North Carolina, huh?
Yeah.
Before they get it down there. Well, do they have medical there, don't they?
I believe medical is legal in North Carolina.
I think the only places that don't have any sort of pot are like, the Dakotas and Montana and places where like 4 people live, and the 4 people there are like, no pot here. We don't want pot here. We got Canadian beer that we bring down there. I don't know if they speak like that in Montana, but
I know they do a little bit in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Dwight is from. He's not able to be here tonight, but my friend Dwight, who's been on the show before, he's from Montana, but he's almost culturally Canadian.
Yeah. I got friends in Minnesota up there in Duluth. Up there, like they're about 100 miles away from Thunder Bay, which we call us Americans call Thunder Bay, but they call it Thunder Bay up there because it's thunder. So
when I went to Canada in 2003, I went to Ontario with my mild Southern accent. It's mild down here, but when I'm up north, everybody thinks I'm from the South.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's so weird too, because you don't even think about it when especially like you're around other people who sound kind of the same. Now, I kind of lost my Southern accent when I was doing radio back in the day. But if I get on the phone with like my middle sister that still lives in Mississippi, shit, that's some bitch. I tell you, I put my foot square up her ass. That's some bitch thing. It just goes right into it. And then you hear some of these Yankees that try to do the Southern accent, and they sound like Rhett Butler from Gone with the Wind. I do declare, Beauregard, bring me my scarves and my water. That kind of thing. And you're like, come on, that's not how Southerners sound. Some of them do, but not all of them.
As I said, my Southern accent's mild, and my dad, believe it or not, even has no Southern accent at all, and he's from North Carolina. He was born in Durham. But he lived pretty much most of his life in Raleigh, and I think that maybe because he was in an urban area, there might have been an adjacent northern kind of atmosphere, which probably contributed to him not having a strong Southern accent.
So when you went up to Ontario, up there, what did they say to you? They said, "Oh, crepes! Are you from Kentucky, eh?"
No, well, they were like, you have a very interesting accent, and I said, yeah, I'm from North Carolina, and they say, I went to the NDP Federal Leadership Convention, the New Democratic Party Federal Leadership Convention. Leave it to me to do something political when I go to Canada. And so anyway, and it was actually really cool. I met some really neat people out there. But I was in there, with the A in between sentences, and just talk. I ended up picking up some of their local, the local little dialects that they have, and just after a couple of days, it was really weird.
Yeah.
You
probably ate better food. Just being around that socialized medicine. Socialized medicine.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, the country is like, it's like, damn, these people are so creepily nice. It's so creepy how nice they are.
Canadians are nice.
Yeah, they're so polite.
Even during the trucker strike a couple of years back, right? They were even nice then, and they were like protesting, but they were the nice ones, and the cops were the assholes, which that's commonplace nowadays. But I
got a lot of shit from some of my progressive friends for defending the truckers, and
what?
It's not. Yeah, a lot of them thought that they were a bunch of. They put an American right-wing spin on the Canadian truckers.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
But
different culture. The Communist Party of Canada supported the truckers.
They were, look, you didn't have to agree with everything the truckers were striking for, but the fact that they were striking was a huge deal, and that should be supported no matter what, because because we want that here too. We want to see some mass strike like that in Washington D.C. You remember, was it after they tried to do the American version of that? There was a whole bunch of truckers that went to DC, but they kind of pushed out at the last second or something like that. I can't remember, but I thought there was like,
I know what you're talking about, but I'm kind of faint on it too.
Yeah, I don't know. They were, the only thing I heard was like they were supposed to be heading to Washington, but I don't know if because there wasn't any footage of them actually there, blocking, disrupting shit, because there are better weapons in the United States, and they probably would have scared the shit out of them. So, but we need something like that down here. Obviously we need a general strike, but we have to start in pockets where, like significant industries go on strike, like the shipper, the ports, right? That would have been perfect if they'd actually went on strike, but they caved, and and they weren't really doing it for the common good. They were mostly doing it for themselves, but but that's one of those places where you need to see strikers, the railroads, your food places, all that kind of stuff.
There was some potential with the railroad strike, but they allowed it to get busted.
Yeah, I still don't get that. That's just, go ahead.
They had an opportunity to grab the American economy by the ball sack and squeeze it.
Yep. But it's those union bosses, man. That's the thing. A union is only as strong as its boss. And if the leadership is kowtowing to, the corporations or whoever, the government, then, what's I guess the union is good for your self-interests, but is it really good for everybody? When it comes to striking and stuff like that is what I mean. I'm for strong unions with good leadership, but some of these unions are being led astray. And, because these bosses are getting bought off.
The union I belonged to for 20 years, we had a good president. It was some of the people under him that were not that great.
There's always something, right? It's either the top or like the middle leadership, But that's the thing. It's like these guys, the only thing that they can really do after that is just a wildcat strike. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to, risk, getting tossed out of the union or something like that. A lot of them work too hard, like yourself. You've been in a union for a long time, right?
Yeah, for 20 years, the UFCW. I'll mention the union, but I won't mention the company, because the company I work for today is a subsidiary of it, so I don't want to get in trouble. But I will say this, that the union president, well, I don't know if he's still the union president, but Brian Murphy, and that is his real name. He'll never know that I said that. he shared this story, and he said that he'll deny it if anybody asks him about it. Apparently, the district manager of the district manager at the company was an asshole, and he cheated on his wife, and he was swindling money. And so they had a private investigator kind of, checking out on this person, and they kind of had the goods on him. And so the union president, and he was there, he was just kind of starting with the union at the time. So he went to the Angus Barn, which is near the airport. You ever heard of the Angus Barn?
Not there, but
yeah,
I have a story about that, but I'll tell you later.
Yeah, the Angus Barn is like a really expensive steak restaurant, one of the most expensive restaurants in North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, it's near the airport. Anyway, they went there to the Angus Barn to meet the district manager. They went there to have some drinks and everything, and they laid out the pictures and everything on the table and all the documents and all that, and saying, "This is what you're going to do. You're going to stop being an asshole to these people, and you're going to stop swindling. If you don't, your ass is going to jail." And then all of a sudden, fists started flying everywhere in the restaurant, and he got accidentally smacked across the head. And
Oops.
those two big guys, the district manager and the union president, they were like down the stairs, rolling down the stairs, punching at each other.
Rolling down the stairs?
Yes.
Like the Stooges?
Yeah. Yeah. It was like that. His wife was like 7 months pregnant, and it was like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh shit!
And he was like, honey, you have a couple of grand for coming to the Wake County Jail.
Oh my God.
Suffice to say, the district manager basically became no longer that district manager.
Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, you know, when you need $2K to get you out of the joint because you pulled some sort of fucking Stooges move. It's like, you know, it's like that old cartoon Andy Capp, you know, where Andy Capp and his wife would get in a fight, and you just see this dust cloud, and there's just like their heads, and then a couple of fists sticking out. Yeah, that's what I envisioned with those guys.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. I mean, that was crazy. Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna have violence, at least make it funny violence. You know, I'm just saying. You know, I don't like violence that much, but you know, but if it's funny and nobody gets too hurt, then you know.
No, I actually would have loved to see that myself.
I would too. Yeah.
The way he described it, rolling down the stairs, punching it.
Oh.
I can imagine people screaming at the restaurant.
At the restaurant too. That's the best part. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they ever went back to that restaurant. They probably weren't even allowed, right?
I bet you they were banned.
Yeah, it ain't like Denny's. Denny's will just let you in, anybody in there. Well, you know, except you. You're VIP. You probably have your own VIP lounge in the Denny's. You're in there enough, right? Do they give you like your own like booth, like this like half moon booth over there? You know, like your like Goodfellas or something.
At the local one off of Highway 95, there is a spot they give me every time. They do give me a spot because I'm there often enough at night.
VIP, that's right.
Yeah.
Or more in this case, VIP, very important Bragg. You know, I was telling people this is Willy Bragg's birthday bonanza tonight. So, because I like I like alliteration, and I've told like 2 people. It wasn't like I spread the word or anything.
No.
So, but how do you feel? How's 56 feel?
Well,
almost.
I'm still 55, but it feels about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling somebody today, like we were talking about how your demeanor and stuff changes when you get in your 50s, right? Like this friend of mine, she's in her 40s. I think she's in her late 30s, early 40s, and a friend of hers or an ex-boyfriend of hers is same way, and she's like, I don't think he'll ever change. And I said, well, you know, he may not, but I think when he hits 50, he's going to probably think long and hard about some of the dumb shit he did in the past. And that's kind of like what I did too. And I 50, it didn't really feel much worse than or much different than the 40s, except you get a few more aches and pains and maybe a little bit more knowledge sticks in your head, you know, but you know, Gen X turns 60 this year. The first generation, the first year of Gen X is 60 this year. That's going to be some wild grandparents. Yeah. Gen X is going to these girls that were just like freaking at the club back in the 80s are now going to be Meemaw and Peepaw, you know. And you bringing the kids over. It's like, yeah, I remember back in the day I took E and I used to twerk and shake my ass, and we had glow sticks and we liked them fine. You know, that kind of thing.
I can't wait to go to an old folks, not a patient. I can't wait to the concept of people at an old folks home jamming to yeah. Imagine somebody listening to Alice in Chains or Snoop Doggy Dog.
I'm the man in the box. Rub my nose in shit.
Yeah, Nickelback.
Oh my God. All that music really transformed us when we were kids. It really did. I mean, like,
I know, you know, maybe like in the 50s with the candy pop, you know, that kind of stuff was like, did it. But, you know, you come around with the new wave in the 80s, you know, and then like the pop and the rock, the way it turned into grunge in the early 90s. I mean, that was a good, you know, a good like 10 to 15 year stretch of just solid, you know, impressionable music like that on people. And now that we're, you know, more than of age, you know, it's kind of fun. Like some of the kids kind of dig the old folks when they start doing like, they'll, you know, because a lot of us are still playing video games, right? Boomers aren't playing video games, not like as a generation, but for the most part, Gen X is still doing a lot of the young type stuff that the youngsters are doing today. It's just we weren't quite as stupid as they are today. We were stupid, but today is like a special kind of like, you know, dumbing down with the phones. You know, you just your face buried in the phones. You know, I know we went outside, we drank out of a hose. You know, we stayed out to all the jingo and all the stuff that goes with it. But it's all true. You know, we were shaped, we were molded in that time, and that time molded us into the people we are today. And it's just interesting to see our generation getting up into grandparent age and how we're going to be as grandparents. Not me, I don't have kids, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's funny what you said about how people party, you know, with the beer and all the outside. I remember one time my great aunt, when she was alive, overheard me talking to somebody about me partying at East Carolina about 6 a.m. And so she was trying to be friendly. She was like, so you and the boys were sitting there drinking beer till 6 a.m? I said, well, there was some girls there too. Really? I said, yeah. You mean girls will sit there and drink with y'all till 6 a.m?
Yeah. Some of them drink under the table.
I said, yeah, I wouldn't be there if they weren't there.
Right. Yeah. I'm not a fan of sausage fests myself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for those who are into it, hey, enjoy. But, you know, just as I said, I wouldn't be there if it was just a bunch of guys there to, you know,
it's a party. You know, you want to go to a party to, you know, to meet other people and, you know, possibly, you know, find a lady friend to spend the rest of the evening with, or possibly more. You know, that was their thing. But a lot of times, you know, like me, I ended up being drunk and passing out in the corner. So, you know, I missed out on a lot
me passing out in the front yard.
Yeah. I had the special talent though, Willie. Like I could take like a beer bottle, you know, like that. I'm holding something in my hand. I could sit there and just, you know, just fall asleep, but I'd still have like this death grip on the beer bottle. It's like the rest of my body was sleeping, but my hand was guarding, was staying up, you know, taking watch, and it was like, we're not going to drop this beer, buddy. We're not going to waste it. We're not going to waste it.
You ever heard of PJ, a Purple Jesus?
No, what's that?
You take a trash can, a clean trash can with a clean trash bag, and you sit there and you cut fruits and you dump them in there. You dump sugar in there, and then Kool-Aid mix in there.
Oh, it's like jungle juice.
Yeah, then whatever whiskey and vodka, all that, just let it simmer in there, and people be drinking that at the party and everything, and it will fuck you up.
We called it jungle juice, and they do use a cooler to do it, but it was the same thing. They put a bunch of ice in there, fill it, you know, fruit, you know, maybe they throw some sangria in there, put some like, you know, all kinds of fruit, and then like they'd be putting shit like rum and like Everclear. I'm like, what the fuck you putting gasoline in there for? What the fuck's wrong with you? And people would drink that and just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, man.
I remember that. I drank so much of that shit one time when I was in college. I passed out in the front yard, and I lightly vomited, and it was just like something red, purplish sludge on the grass.
We used to when I was in junior college, we used to go down to the creek at this bridge. So and we'd have creek parties down there. So people would get down there and, they pull their cars down there, and, somebody make a beer run. They go get a bunch of beer, bring it down there and, make like a little bonfire or something. It was really nice. And one night I got so drunk that I ended up, I fell asleep. And when I woke up, I was on the hood of a Ford Falcon. And I don't know how I got there, but I was like, just like arms out, just kind of laying there, just, and the guy's car. I don't know whose car it was. I think it was a buddy of mine. And he was just like, dude, you sleep all right? I was like, yeah, I slept on a car. Some people sleep in their car. I sleep on the car because I'm freaky like that. But
I have a story. I have a story about a car.
Okay.
Yeah, I was talking about. I went to a concert in 2003 in Chapel Hill, and I don't know what the fuck I was going to say, but my friends said that I was trying to climb on the top of my car, saying I had a point to make, and I was like drunk and high. And as I was trying to get on the top of my car, my 1996 Pontiac Sunfire.
Oh, Sunfire, nice name dropper.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So
yeah.
You're on top of the Sunfire.
I was trying to, but I was drunk as shit. I was in no position to drive back home.
Well, if you couldn't even get up on the hood, chances are it's probably what a good idea to get behind the wheel. So how'd you get home?
My friend, she drove. She told me, just get in the back seat, sleep it off. And I did. Yeah.
That sounds like every time I've been down to New Orleans with friends, like, I used to live like 90 miles away. And we were in junior college, like there on the Gulf Coast. So, it was junior college and we would just, fuck, we're going to go to New Orleans tonight. And sure enough, and we'd end up driving back. It was those days, man, when people were like, you drove, if you were drinking, you drove. I don't know how, I'm amazed. I'm still alive, to be honest with you. But I would be curled up in the back seat if I wasn't driving, just, sleeping it off. And the driver would be like sticking the head out the window with the cold air to stay awake and that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't miss that kind of danger anymore. But it was fun times.
I'm telling you, when I was in college, whenever I did have my car with me on campus, what was funny about it is I'll go out and I'll go drinking. And then I'll get in the car with cops all around and I'll just be a little more careful. And I never was able to get in trouble over it. I couldn't do that shit today. I know what would happen to me.
Yeah. Well, besides the fact that cops are hyper assholes now too, they were assholes then, but they're not nearly the scale they are today. But that happened to me. It was like 93. I think I was at a Super Bowl party and I ate way too many Jell-O shots. And because I ate one, I was like, well, this doesn't do anything. Let me have like 4 or 5 more. And then, so I ended up, fortunately, I only had like a couple of miles to drive, but I drove like 5 miles an hour and I had to stop every 5 minutes and puke. And then by the time I got to the house, I remember I was so fucked up. I slept upside down on the couch. Like my head was down and my ass was up in the air, just like my prison days. And that kind of sloppiness, that drunky, and then wake up the next day feeling like death warmed over. I don't miss those. I don't miss those days one bit. I miss the camaraderie, hanging out with people and parties and stuff like that. But that drinking, can't do it anymore, man.
I had a Korean roommate, a good friend of mine when I was in college. Dude could not hold his liquor. I mean. We went out partying, and he always throw up on the way back to the campus, and we became roommates the next year, and I came back 2:00 in the afternoon. I was doing my thing, and the room smelled like puke, and I was like, "What the hell?" And he was like, "I'm sick." He's been like drinking heavily with his friends, his fraternity friends. And he just, dude cannot handle his liquor to save his life.
I know cats like that too, and they're more like potheads. The pot they like great, but the beer or the alcohol, nah, they're not so much. But
Yeah.
I have a throw up story from Hollywood when I lived out in L.A. So I was living in Burbank. I was having roommates with a couple of guys, and one of my friends that a female friend of mine that I was kind of had a little crush on. And she said, "Hey, let's go out. Let's go hit up some of the bars in Los Feliz, and which is right there between Hollywood and Glendale." And so I said, "Yeah, sure." But me and my buddy, who was, we were both off work that day, and we were doing day drinking, right? And we were drinking Maker's Mark, okay? And so, and I, in my drunken stupor, I'm like, "Yeah, come get me. We'll go to the bar tonight." So anyway, my friend comes to get me, and I'm walking out to the car. I'm fine. I'm like, I feel like I got a nice buzz. Everything's groovy until I get in the car. And we get in the car. She's driving, and I start feeling the spinnies. Long story short, we end up at this place called the Piano Bar, and you remember Sally Struthers from All in the Family?
I sure do.
Yeah, Save the Children or whatever.
Yeah.
She was in there, right? And I was sitting we were sitting at the piano in the piano bar, and I had to throw up, and I didn't know where the bathroom was, and I had an empty beer bottle on the table. So what I did is I went under the table and managed to throw up in the bottle. I'm sorry if you're eating at home, folks.
No, that's fine.
There's no visuals, but I ended up getting everything in the bottle somehow. And then I left the bottle under the table, and I get up from under the table, and there's Sally Struthers looking at me like, "Fuck, you under the table." And I looked at my friend. I said, "We gotta get the fuck out of here." And she's like, "What's right? We gotta get the fuck out of here." So she ended up taking me home, and we never dated or anything like that. So I think I blew my chance with her and Sally Struthers. Not that I had a chance with Sally Struthers, but
yeah.
I wanted
Yeah, you ever speaking of Sally Struthers, I'm thinking of All the Family. You ever seen a show called Till Death Us Two Part?
I've heard of it. Is that on PBS or okay?
No, they never showed it on American television, but I got the DVD movie of it.
Oh,
it was a predecessor to All the Family. It's like All the Family, but in the UK.
Right. Yeah, it was. That's what the show was based on, right?
Yeah, Archie here was a liberal compared to his British counterpart, Alf Garnett. Yeah, I mean, Archie's ultra conservatism, his bigotry, his intolerance was extremely mild compared to the shenanigans that came out of the mouth of Alf Garnett.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I'm amazed they haven't shown that here.
Yeah. It's interesting. The left-wing son-in-law, Michael Rollins, his name in real life was Anthony Booth, and he was the real-life father-in-law of Tony Blair.
Oh, really? Interesting.
And they didn't get along because they belonged to the same party, of course, but Tony Blair was, Tony Blair was, no longer really a socialist, and Tony Booth was pretty much a tanky in a lot of ways, or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
He was hard left, and so they didn't get along, and in real life.
Oh, in real life they didn't get along?
Tony Blair and Anthony Booth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but anyway, the TV series, as the son-in-law Alf Garnett, they got along better than Michael and Archie got along, and the politics was sharper because Michael's politics was he was basically a 1970s shit lib,
Yeah. Now he's a 2025 shit lib.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very very preachy, very sanctimonious. Whereas Michael Rollins, he sat there on the couch and read Che Guevara all day long and read Leon Trotsky and all that sort of thing. And but he was so laid back and he didn't sit there and scold Alf. He was just kind of laughing at Alf because Alf was so off the wall.
Right.
But they both love football. They call it football there, but it's soccer. And oh boy, when it was time to go to a football game, they put aside their political differences and they got like super stupid drunk at the pub and everything.
Yeah. It's amazing how like you can if you're into sports, that kind of thing, how like me, I'm a Saints fan, right? I'm a New Orleans Saints fan and Bears fan too for all my Chicago peeps. But it's weird, like, because sports fans are all a mixed bag, right? Because you've got lefties in there, you got conservatives in there, you got people in the middle, and it's just wild that everybody. That's why politics is team sports, because it gets all these people together for a common goal to root for the team, right? That's but that it's a bastardized way of getting people together. Is making them be on the same team and root for one of these shitty parties like that. So it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican or any flavor of either one too. That's how they use like the NFL, and they use pro sports as a tool to use it in real life. What's up, game.film? What's up, kid? To do that, right? Like, you look at the football games. You go to the football games, these pro games, and you see they have a whole like month of where it's dedicated to the military, and you have the jets flying over. Thank you for your service and all that. And it turns out the military pays for that. The military, the NFL's not honoring the military. The military pays for the NFL to do that. So it's all propaganda, and the team fans don't get it. They don't understand that they're being propagandized right in front of their eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know how we went down that road.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I mean, I'm not really into the sports, but I understand the sports mentality because of the politics. It's
the same thing.
It's there. In fact, I made that correlation with somebody years ago. I said, watching the primaries, whatever side it is, each election cycle is like watching a damn Super Bowl for me, or something like that.
It is. It's the playoffs. You get to the general election, it's the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
It's the same shit. And you got the people, you got the rabid fan. And what happens more often than not when two teams that neither people really like go to the Super Bowl, nobody cares. Right? It's the same thing with politicians. Two politicians, they don't give a shit about either one of them. They know they're all crooks. They don't care. But that's the thing. One of them's still going to get elected, because that's our shitty duopoly system that we have. And, there's too many people in control of shit that won't allow real change. You get like these people like AOC or Bernie or something like that, and they end up getting co-opted. And, we just got to get more people in there to try to change the Democratic Party. It's like, well, you can't change the Democratic Party when it's bought and paid for, unless you got more money to buy and pay for them. Otherwise, you're not going to change them. It's best to just eradicate the parties and start from scratch, or just make everybody independents.
Yeah, what's sad about it is that the Democratic Party right now look like it's collapsing, and I wish it kind of would, because if it would force people to go find other places to go. It wouldn't be like the Republicans would just reign forever and ever. Some people will go elsewhere. Some Democrats will turn into Republicans, but some will go into the Green Party. Some will go and try to form a new political alternative to supplant what was of the Democratic Party. And so, let it die.
Yeah. The only thing is, it's like, if you let it die, and if the Republican Party doesn't die, then it's just going to get stronger. That's the only thing that, or at least you run the risk of that happening. You would like to think that if the Democrats actually the party did collapse, that they would probably try and form another party and learn their lesson from the shitty party they just came out of, but they're not,
Well, I
learn.
don't necessarily think that the Republican Party will be all that stronger for it. They might encourage some Republicans to go their own way too. It might.
That would be nice if they, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of Republicans who are not satisfied with the party itself and would. I mean, it's probably a small percentage, but I bet you some of them too are just like, yeah, I wish the Republican Party would go away too. Wish they'd both go away, But there's so many small numbers of those people. We need more of them.
There'll be some that want to go, like the Libertarians could be getting Democrats and Republicans in there, influx of both, because the Libertarians is a strange animal in the sense that there are aspects that appeal to both Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah.
I would be a Libertarian if they would be for Medicare for all, but
that's the thing. Like socially, they're not bad. Like they if you want to get weed, you want to do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt anybody else. I like that aspect. But then you get on the other side, the economic side, and you're like, oh, come on. Like I got a cousin of mine who says, yeah, we should put there shouldn't be like any public roads. Everything should be toll roads, like private roads, and people make money off the roads. I said, what are you smoking? And stop smoking it because it's fucking up your brain. What the fuck? But that's like, I mean, and he's not like some cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs guy. He's a pretty smart cat. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you?
A lot of them are, but they're smart without the common sense.
Yeah. So it comes to economics, and then they're like, free market. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like this anarcho-capitalism is kind of like extreme Maoism. It's so extreme and so I'm talking about like the Cultural Revolution and all that. It's so extreme that it's just not based on reality.
Yeah,
and
what's real today? I mean, look at all the shit that's going on. The Gulf of America. Come on,
it's the Gulf of Mexico.
It is. It's like it's. I was telling my buddy Ed, it'll never be the Willis Tower. It'll always be the Sears Tower in Chicago. Fuck you, Willis. I don't know who Willis is. It may be the kid from Different Strokes. I don't give a fuck. I'm not calling it the Willis Tower.
I've been to the Sears Tower. I've been to the Sears Tower.
Yeah. It's still the Sears Tower too. Fuck Willis. I don't know who Willis is, but and I don't even know where I was going with that. I just wanted to rant on that.
Gulf of America is
the Gulf of America. Yeah, that's. I mean, what's funny? It was like I thought, okay, this just must be just some temporary shit or whatever. But I was watching some video. I think it's this guy, the Angry Astronaut. He does kind of like these videos about rockets taking off and stuff like that. And he showed this map of where this rocket was supposed to be taking off of. And it was like, I think it was somewhere in Texas, but then it showed the map, it showed the Gulf, and it said Gulf of America on there. I was like, oh my God, idiocracy is here. We didn't have to wait 500 years. We just had to wait 500 minutes. And then it showed up. I'm amazed we don't have skyscrapers tied together like in idiocracy. And that's probably coming too. Oh, we're not going to fix this building. Let's tie it to this one that's already straight.
Yeah. Well, we got a country that rejected Trump in 20 and decided they want him back in 2024. So
there's no way that fucker should have got elected once, much less twice. That's how shitty your country is when you elect that clown twice. And and for the Republicans listening, Biden's a piece of shit too. He's always been a piece of shit. We call him balls and strikes here. We call him balls and strikes on both these motherfuckers.
It's like what Tim Black says. Both parties suck, Johnson.
Yeah, yeah, they do. They suck Johnson, all right. That's for sure. But it's like, until people break away. I mean, you still have like the older folks that are just like, like some people our age, some mothers and fathers are still like, we got to stick with these parties. Yeah, we don't want anarchy or communism. We don't want bread lines, and we don't want, and you're just like, oh, okay, You know, so what do we got to do? We got to wait for all these old bastards to die off, and then Gen X is going to be in control. Shit, we're just going to have video games all the time. We're not going to do anything.
Well, a lot of Gen Xers are behaving like boomers, so that's
that's that. I mean,
not us.
no, we're on the cut. We're talking about that's the early Gen Xers, like the 65, 66. Once 69 came around, it was just like, you know, it started mellowing out after 66. And then, you know, once we started getting more into the digital age and we started getting distracted by video games and home computers and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
It is wild that there's some, you know, these kids that don't even know, that were never even alive in the 20th century, you know, and they're straight up adults, right? They're 25 years old.
Isn't that something?
Never lived in the 20th century. And
Yeah, I can't fathom that.
I feel ancient, don't you? When you just
Yeah,
think about back in the 20th century. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I have people who were born in the 1990s, like born in the early 1990s. Like when I was a drunkard on campus, these motherfuckers were born, and now they're in their 30s. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I have 3 nephews and a niece, and I remember when my nephews were babies. You know, I remember when they were born. You know, I held them in my arms, I fed them, you know, cleaned their ass when they shit, stuff like that. And now, you know, they're all pushing 40. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? What the hell happened? How did we get here?
I know. I mean, look,
we're still young, Willie. We're still young. Come on, man.
I look at my parents. My parents, you know, they come here a couple of times a year, and they will like to overextend their stay. I'm glad that they do, because they're up in years. Mm-hmm. They have to go and see their doctors and all of that. Take care of some legal matters with the property of my grandmother when she died. That sort of thing. Take care, you know, we have to go take care of the house and everything. You know, it's just kind of like I was going somewhere with this.
I think that's what happened to us.
Yeah.
I said, what happened? And we're like, our brains went to cheese.
Yeah. I just had some cheesecake just now.
Ooh, what's her name? Hey-o! Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
That was
yeah.
Somebody feel like, you're demeaning women. No, I like they're cheesecakes. They're fine. Yeah. I like cheesecake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's demeaning and all of that and everything. People having fun and all that. Nobody's demeaning anybody, you know?
Everybody's so damn sensitive. It's just like a hyper sensitive. And it's like, you know, I don't mean to be that guy, but you know, we had to have thick skin back then. You know, you had to grow thick skin. There was no participation trophies. You know, there was like no timeouts. You know, I remember like when I was in high school, you still got your ass whooped, right? Yeah. You know, the corporal punishment. You know,
I thought I was going to get in trouble. I've been posting some of those AIs of Tulsi and AOC.
Oh, you dirty birdie! You can't be posting those. I've seen those too. They're hot. I
was telling you, I mean, the guy that's on here online, Snipe Hunter, occasionally. I know him in real life, and I was telling him, I was like, if I could go and turn that into actual porn where they're actually, you know,
Willie, you can actually. There's AI programs that you can put faces on people and you can make porn. There's people doing that shit now. They were doing it with deep fakes too. They would, you know, like it would take like just porn footage and then they get like somebody's face and just seamlessly put it on the porn people, and it's creepy as fuck.
When they do it, if somebody does it with AOC and Tulsi, they're going to be making some money off of that.
You remember? Well, they tried that. Well, it wasn't AI or the deep fake, but you remember when what's her name? I can see Russia from my house. She ran as vice president with John McCain.
Sarah Palin.
Yeah, you remember that? That there when Sarah Palin was out, you know, there were so many porn movies with like these Sarah Palin lookalikes. At least that's what people tell me. I don't really watch porn, but you know, I know people who do. Disclaimer.
Yeah.
No, I watch porn. I love porn. It's great. Porn's great.
I haven't watched porn since last night.
God. What are you doing here, man? It's jerk 30. It's time to go.
I'm sorry. Earlier today.
I just watch porn for the articles. You know, it's like, remember that thing they used to say about Playboy? I just read it for the articles.
No, I would be reading Hustler for the articles.
Yeah, I read Jugs for the articles.
I always like it. Ever tell you have I ever shared you my Hustler story from the 70s?
Oh, I gotta say, hey, Mariana, good to see you. Yes, you're right. It is Sears Tower. No, tell me a Hustler story.
Okay, when I was 6 years old, 1975, there was this little mom and pop grocery store just outside the town I grew up in.
Okay.
And so mom and dad were sitting there doing their shopping, and I went to the magazine section, and it's just even in the Bible Belt South here, they were a little more liberal about access to some sort of things, right? Mm-hmm. Every small town had an X-rated theater. Remember that?
Yeah. They had one in North Mississippi too. I'll tell you that story in a second. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So I walked in and I saw this scantily dressed, hardly dressed woman on the cover, with kind of glowing, oily complexion to her skin, and you know, the long dark hair and all that. And I was just like, interesting. And I just started flipping across the pages, and I saw a lot of tits. I saw a lot of ass. I saw a lot of women, you know, massaging, fleshing themselves. And I didn't know why. At the age of 6, I was looking at it, and I was just like, wow. Ooh, like that.
I've never seen one of those or two of those.
My mom saw me looking at that. She freaked out. She grabbed that thing out of my hand. She's like, "You're not supposed to look at that. It's dirty. It's dirty." I mean, she made us.
I couldn't have done that. I would have had the balls to look at one of those. I mean, well, you're 6. You don't really know any better, but still. But
I mean, I did not know what I was looking at, but I enjoyed every second of it.
There was you made me remember this story. So there's this little like store right outside of town, just like you said.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't a porn shop, but it was this guy sold like these old magazines, right? And he sold old dirty magazines too, like, you know, Playboys and Hustlers, whatever, from like the 60s and 70s and stuff like that. So this was like, you know, early mid 80s. You know, we're going in there, and because we'd heard the legend of this place. You know how it is. You hear talk around school or something like that. Oh, yeah, this old man, he's got like these dirty magazines and stuff. He sells them up there. Like, no, yeah, we gotta go check it out. So we did. Me and my buddy John Fulcher, I just called him out. Sorry, John, if you're listening. This was a long time ago, so I think you're safe. But so we go over there, and we go in there, and then sure enough, there's like stacks of these old magazines, and it's just like 60s, 70s. I mean, you open it up in the centerfold, there's more hair. It's like Bob Ross pussy up in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, it's there's so much hair. Sting is making songs to try to save it, you know, from being over timbered or over forested. Anyway, so, and this guy, of course, he's classic skeezy, greasy, dirty old man. Yeah, you like that? Look at all that hair. That's the hairiest pussy you ever seen. I'm like, I've never seen pussy, but yeah, technically that is the hairiest pussy I've ever seen. And then when I lived in North Mississippi, they had this mom and pop, like sweet little old couple, and they ran a porn shop, and they were just like, you know, dildos, you had the magazines, you know, the movies and all that shit. And they were just like the sweetest, you know, it's like the people on American Gothic, that picture, you know, the guy with the pitchfork and the other, it's kind of like them, you know, a little bit more modern. But you walk in there like, hey, how you doing today? Everything good? All right, hey, we're good. Hey, we got some more dildos. We got some new ones in the back. If you want to check them out, we're like, okay, all right, that's. I didn't really need to know that, but but it was one of those places like you were talking about, and this was in the buckle of the Bible Belt. This is North Mississippi, like North Mississippi near North Alabama, where like they drink strychnine and play with snakes in the church, that kind of thing. Yeah, right. It was one of those things. But they had the porn shop because everybody got needs, right? We all got needs.
Yeah, and here, even in the South, every town had a X-rated theater. Every place, and those magazines were available just about everywhere.
Yeah. They used to keep them in the front. Right? Remember, they're like, right, now there's like candy that now they don't even have the candy in the front because people steal the shit. But yeah, they had all the magazines in the front. And it wasn't until like maybe like the late 80s, maybe early 90s that they started putting the magazines back behind, the clerk back there.
Exactly. Hey,
Willie, I had no idea we were going to be talking about dirty magazines and porn on the show today, but I'm glad we went there.
We're not highbrow around here.
I'm glad we went there, brother. I know it. Me neither. My brows are real low. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Hey, I got to grab my cord. I'm running out of battery here. I'll be right back in a second. Okay.
All right. I'll entertain the troops. Seconds. All right, you fuckers. I got this show now. I own the Willy Bragg show for the next 5 seconds. All right, so we got Bella here. What's up, Bella? Good to see you. Chuck's Intergalactic UFO show. Of course, Mariana's here. We saw Game.film here earlier. Pittsburgh Dude 87. I think you're right when you say I'd say the primaries and elections are more like Major League Baseball where there's no spending cap. The Yankees or whatever team can spend the most usually wins. Exactly. It is. It's a pissing spending contest. Exactly. I think that's a very apt analogy there, my friend. Thank you so much. Who else is in here? Duckzilla. Good to see you. Montana has pot. Very good. Idaho is still illegal, I think, but that's like the Texas of the Northwest, which is funny because Indiana is the Mississippi of the North. If you're from Indiana, you're welcome. PHX Cisco. Good to see you. I recently got a Taco Bell order and my number was 420 on the bag. Hell yeah. I hope it was 420 before you got the Taco Bell too. Earl of Laurel in the house too. What is up, Earl? Good to see you. Sacuado. I think I said that name right. I hope so. Barry Motiva in the house. Good to see all of y'all. And Willie's back. And that's how a bill becomes a law, kids. So make sure that I got nothing. So anyway, I tried to entertain the troops while you were gone. So they threw.
I heard every word.
They threw fruit at me like in the old days. Like in vaudeville. I caught the fruit because actually the fruits and tomatoes are very expensive, and I'm going to make a nice salad out of them later. So. Everything okay? You good over there? You don't have the background tonight. You got like the homestead thing going on. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm in my new dining room set. So,
ooh, that's nice.
I got a new dining room set recently.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice little background there. That's nice.
Yeah. So the place is still a little messy because I've been doing some rearranging. So it's not too bad, but I had to do a little bit of rearranging, and so I'm putting some stuff in my studio, but I'll be live streaming from my studio again fairly soon, but I've been doing it from here or in the kitchen.
That's nice. I mean, the lighting's nice. You look good. You kind of look like my dentist from back in 1986. It's great. I love it, because you got the white shirt, the white t-shirt, and you got the white hair and the glasses. It's nice.
Yeah, one of my birthday presents.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Let me see. You got the thing. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
I like that. I love t-shirts. That's beautiful. Like 90% of my shirts are probably like some sort of promotional thing, like when I worked in radio or when I worked at the bookstore or wherever. And I love free shirts, man. I love free swag like that. So good.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Dun.
Hello.
Yeah. This is. Have you met William Stodden?
I have now. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fair to Midland, as they say.
Yeah, he was the 2024 presidential candidate for the Socialist Party USA.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Remember Stephanie a few months ago that I co-hosted with Stephanie Shalinsky?
Yeah. Yeah,
She
I
was
remember.
the VP. She was the VP.
And yeah, I remember when both of them were on your shows. I'm a
Yeah.
big Willy Bragg fan, by the
Oh,
way. So yeah, I'm a super fan. Yeah.
Oh.
I host. I'm the president of the national chapter of the Willy Bragg fan club. And it's a bar and grill too, because we got to make some money off this thing too.
Sure.
So.
I'm just
Just a
kicking
little
in my lazy boy here, so
I love it. Everybody's got the nice. I got the fake background. You guys are all just chilling at the house. I look like I'm about to fall out of a window somewhere here. So, well, I guess I should probably get out of here. Willie.
Yeah, you can stick around as long as you like. I mean, it's up to you. But you can stick around if you like.
Did you really win an Olympic medal?
Yeah, but I can't say which Olympics it was. I'm under an NDA on that. So, and plus it was probably illegal as hell. So I should probably not mention that at all. They know where I live, so I should kind of keep it. No, I like the Olympics sometimes, but I don't win any medals. I'm a poser. I feel bad. I should go. I should probably get out of here. No, I actually do need to go, but I wanted to say thank you for letting me be on your show, Willie.
Absolutely. You'll be on Thursday, right?
My show. I'll be back Friday. I'll be back on Friday. I was going to be on this morning. I moved the show. The show's now on Tuesdays and Fridays because the 3 days a week was killing me. And
you were doing a pretty long segments too.
Yeah, we're talking about like 30, 40 stories a show. And, I'm not a young man anymore. Not like you, Willie. You wear 56 very well. Me, you might as well flip those numbers. I kind of feels like more where I'm at. But so, yeah, it's on Tuesdays and Fridays. Now, I was going to do it this morning, but I made the stupid mistake of updating software this morning. And then you update something and you think it's supposed to work even better, but it kind of broke a few things. So I barely got this done tonight to get on here. So I'm kind of using my stuff now. But I'll be back Friday.
Look at it this way. All three of us are older than Alex Jones, but all three of us look younger than Alex Jones.
Alex Jones looks rode hard and put up wet.
How old is Alex Jones?
He's in his 40s.
He just turned 50.
He just turned 50?
See, I'm younger than Alex Jones. I look older than Alex Jones.
No. He eats all that red meat, because he loves his wife, and he loves meat, and he loves meat with his wife, and his wife loves meat, and he loves all that stuff. I love America, and I love American meat. I love the Gulf of meat. I'm going to call everything meat. All right, I need to go. Hello, Michael. Good to see you. I don't want to be rude. Hello. Okay, I'm waving in the right corner. This kind of got a Dollar Tree Brady Bunch thing going on here. So.
Kind of, yeah.
I want to be Ann B. Davis. Can I be Ann B. Davis? I want to be her in real life too. Anyway, all right, I gotta go. I love you guys. Thanks. Happy birthday, Willie. I hope you get a hooker tonight. All right. Good night, everybody. I can't see in hell.
All right. Hey, Michael. Hey, William. How are you both doing tonight?
Happy birthday.
Right. Thank you.
Is today your birthday, Willie?
Yeah, actually, tomorrow is my birthday. Well, I'm off tonight, and tomorrow's Ash Wednesday, and that's going to kind of conflict. So, yeah, I can't exactly party hardy with ashes on my forehead.
Well, party hardy one night before that. Get it all out of your system.
Absolutely.
I actually have an Ash Wednesday story to share with y'all from 10 years ago. It snowed heavily, and they canceled Ash Wednesday. A lot of the churches canceled Ash Wednesday because of the heavy snow, and when they canceled the snow, they canceled church services and everything. Sunday, we started off with administering the ashes, and then they had the church service, and then afterwards they had the Shrove Tuesday pancake supper afterwards. So all starting with your first Sunday of Lent. It was kind of weird.
Well, as a non-Catholic, I sort of know what that's about.
Aren't you Lutheran?
No, I'm a Quaker, man.
I thought you were Lutheran for some reason.
I was born and raised a Lutheran. I left that behind.
Yeah, but it's similar to the Catholics.
Yeah, well.
I was born and raised a Lutheran too.
Yeah. It's easy to leave the Lutheran Church. It's pretty easy. My
little kid when
my mother's a little distraught, but
we sort of came back to it though, because my wife and I got married in a Lutheran church 8.5 years ago.
I dropped out of college after my first year, and I was sort of at a point of decision. So on one side, I could either be a Lutheran minister, I could go into the seminary, or on the other side, go into the Marine Corps. So I had an angel and a devil, and I picked the Marine Corps instead because I figured I cuss too much habitually, and you can't be a preacher and cuss as much as I did. So,
I mean, you could. What was that one who was Obama's guy who said something about not God bless America, God damn America?
Yeah,
Jeremy Wright.
Yeah. He did that in front of the whole congregation. So.
He did it in front of the whole country, actually, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
There was an evangelical minister, a TV evangelist that did a lot of cursing himself, and he died, but and his wife took over the ministry. He was a weirdo, and he did a lot of cursing while he was doing his, that's not exactly my bag, but and that, there was entertainment value to watching him,
well, yeah, I suppose Jimmy Swaggart was pretty interesting too.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he was telling people that.
Remember when that dude was on TV crying about how he's going to get called home if people didn't give him $1 million or whatever?
Yeah, he got caught with a prostitute, and they forgave him, and he got caught with a prostitute again, and he did some more crying.
Yeah, that's how you get out of it.
Yeah,
that's how you condemn other people, but for yourself, you're all right if you start crying, I suppose.
I did not know he was related to Jerry Lee Lewis, though.
Well, that explains a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wild man.
Yeah. So
he's got that wild man entertainer thing in him.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if I had to pick one of those two guys, I mean, they were both real winners, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick Jerry Lee.
Jerry Lee Lewis is a good yeah. So yeah.
Not saying anything about his personal proclivities, but
I don't know. I miss, speaking of my 1850s rock and roll, I miss an opportunity to see Bo Diddley in 1995 in Chapel Hill. I should have gone to Chapel Hill to see Bo Diddley.
Well,
yeah. So
you should have.
I should have.
That was 30 years ago, man. You've been regretting that for 30 years?
Actually, my biggest regret is not seeing the Ramones when I had a chance in 1991.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I love the Ramones. I mean, and I had an excuse. My grandmother in Puerto Rico was sick. I was going to go and see the Ramones, but she was like really sick and she died a few months later. So
yeah, you did the right thing.
Yeah.
Karmically speaking, anyway.
There's no chance of a reunion because Joey Ramone is dead, Johnny Ramone is dead, Dee Dee Ramone is dead, and I think the original drummer, Marky Ramone, is dead. So
wow.
I think Phil Ramone is also dead.
Which one?
Phil Ramone, their manager.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
I think so. I think he's dead too.
They're the most tragic act around, I guess.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
They're all named. Well, they all named themselves Ramone.
Yeah, they're not related.
They weren't brothers.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize.
They all
did when they came out.
Yeah, they all changed their name to Ramone.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
sort of like George Foreman. All of his kids named George.
Well, all of his kids actually are named George, though. But I mean,
yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
The Ramones. It was a stage name. I think if you looked it up, it was nothing like Ramone. I don't even think any of them were called Ramone.
I am sorry I never got a chance to see them live. I could just, Well, I've seen a few people live though that that's relevant. I mean, I've seen the Buzzcocks live a couple of times. I met Pete Shelley before he died.
Yeah.
And,
the funny story, man, like the guy that introduced me to punk rock when I was a teenager was a huge fan, just a massive fan of the Buzzcocks. Like that was his band.
Yeah,
and,
I love
it was like right before like the 90s wave of punk got big. So I never really listened to a lot of punk, but he's like, oh, you got to check out these guys, the Buzzcocks. You got to check out the Sex Pistols. You got to check out all these guys, and I was like, all right, that's kind of cool, but I never really was into the Buzzcocks. But then punk rock just sort of blew up in the 90s. I'm like, okay, I got a really good foundation for this now. They Exploited, all these guys.
I kind of tuned it out early on. I liked the New York Dolls. I was just
I love New York Dolls.
I think I was
just
like
died
14 when I first heard them, and I thought that was real cool. And then
the lead singer for that band just died like the other day.
Exactly, I heard that. Yeah. And then I don't know if this is really punk, but to me it kind of was. There was one Gary Newman band that was it Two Wave Army?
Two Wave Army. They were.
I liked them sort of a little bit later, like in the mid '80s. I started listening to them, and I like that. But other than that, I'd never really punk. I never really was attracted to that much. But of course, the new wave stuff, the kind of post-punk stuff, absolutely.
Tears for Fears started out as a kind of a ska punk band. Tears for Fears.
I like them.
I do too. I like Tears for Fears.
Yeah.
I guess more than anything else, I do listen to the punk, a lot of the early punks, but I was always, I guess, more into the post-punk.
You posted about Dale Bosio.
Yeah,
I absolutely loved that band.
If you listen to the history, was it the social history of MTV? She plays a role in that. Like she's not like they didn't interview her, but she's really big at the beginning of MTV, like as far as behind the scenes and stuff. Del Bosio.
I'm planning to see the Fix in April. They're going to be playing in Durham, so they still tour.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think we've alienated all of your under 45-year-old fans there, Willie.
Oh, no.
They're like, what these guys talking about stuff from the early 1980s, from the last century?
They know my music taste. They know my music taste in here. Because I always start off my live stream with some copy-free music, and I have fallen in love with Russian doomer music because it sounds like a shit I grew up listening to in the 1980s, and so and I was like, wow, this is everybody sounds like Joy Division or Echo and the Bunnymen or The Cure that's from this part of the world. So I started listening to the Russian doomer music, Ukraine doomer music, Polish doomer music, Belarus. I mean, it's really interesting. It's a big trend over there.
Yeah. You understand what they're saying?
No, not a damn word.
It doesn't matter.
I just saw I saw Molchadoma about a month ago here in Raleigh, and that was cool.
Oh, neat. Is Raleigh the best place in your state for live music?
Best place is in Chapel Hill. In the part of the state I live in, Chapel Hill. And if you go out to the west, maybe Charlotte's, maybe Western.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Asheville, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So where do you live?
Just outside of Raleigh.
Oh, okay. Somehow I thought you were over near Greenville.
I went to school in Greenville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was born in Greenville. I went to school in Greenville, but
that's it.
Yeah, I live just outside of Raleigh, like 25, 30 minutes drive.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So Highway 70, Highway 40. I know Highway 40 runs across. What part of Texas you live again?
Laredo. I'm on the border.
Ow.
border of Mexico.
Yeah,
No,
today it was
Canada, dude.
89 degrees, 4% humidity, and it was a dust storm. We're under a wildfire watch.
Wow.
Oh,
We got a blizzard coming in about
like
3.5 hours
an hour with gusts in the 40s. It sounds like it's died down now finally.
Our winters are pretty mild around here. We got snowed in a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and it was like the first big snow in a couple of years anyway.
Yeah, I'm only recently here. I lived in Laredo from the mid 90s till 2008, and then that's when I went to Arkansas, to University of Central Arkansas, and then when I got married, then I moved to New Braunfels, which is kind of between San Antonio and Austin.
Wow.
But then we got out of there. We didn't really care for that area, and my wife has her son and grandkids now are here in Laredo, and so that's kind of where we met back in the day anyway. So we just kind of like came home back to sleepy Laredo.
I've never been to Texas.
Trucks, whatever you've heard in the news about all the trucks here and everything with the port and the trade and everything, it's so true. They're everywhere. You cannot avoid the trucks. But that's the lifeblood of the economy here.
So the streets of Laredo are pretty clogged with semi.
Are clogged with 18-wheelers. Yeah.
Man. Well, that ain't part of the song.
No. The song needs to be updated.
Yeah. Well, I currently live in Iowa, but
oh, where at?
Oh, I'm in Ames right now.
Nice.
Not really. No, it's terrible.
Really?
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, we got Kim Reynolds as the governor in this state. She's just
yeah.
She's just the worst, man. So let me tell you guys a story. All right. So I ain't from Ames. I am from Iowa originally. I grew up in Indiana, and that's almost as bad. But like, I can't think of anything as embarrassing from Indiana as I can from everything from Iowa. So Kim Reynolds, we were at the World Food Prize, which is located in Des Moines, Iowa. It's a kind of an international organization that tries to bring awareness to hunger and food insecurity in the world. So it was, I forgot who started it. It was some Jimmy Carter had something to do with it starting or something. But anyway, it's located in Des Moines, and we were there. I was working for the Salvation Army at the time, and so we were there representing the Food Bank of Iowa, which is the organization that basically supplies all the different food banks in the state of Iowa. And our job there was to provide like education to all these, these big shots, pretty much, with regard to need and the use of food pantries and stuff like that. Well, they had a lunch. It was really freaking bourgeois, man. Like, it was like quinoa, like cold quinoa salad, and some kind of weird fish that I'd never heard of before. And, you could have like steak tartare. It's like really like tone deaf shit, and at the World Food Prize. And then they had Kim Reynolds as the person who was introducing the keynote speaker, who was the winner of the food prize this year. But Kim Reynolds comes on, and like the half of the room is just like her fan base, like these like farmers, these really big like millionaire farmers from northwestern Iowa who make all their money from like government welfare programs and stuff like that. And then our side of the room, like the quarter that we were all sitting in, we're all service workers. Like, we're all people who work with poor people and hungry people and homeless people every single day. And after she gets done, all these like millionaires and these businessmen in the state are all like cheering her and giving her a standing ovation. But all of the service workers in our corner of the room were just sitting on our hands. It's like she didn't go to any of our seminars or anything like that. She just gave her speech and then ducked out. And it was like so embarrassing for us who deal with poor people every single day to have to listen to that lady who right before that, like at the end of COVID, they were giving money to states for increased SNAP benefits, like food stamps. And they said, okay, this is going to run out in September. And she took that and was like, okay, it's May of this year. And so we're just going to cut SNAP in anticipation of that. And everybody's like, we got money through September. She's like, nope, we're going to cut it now. And the reason that she gave was that it forces people to go back to work when they start getting hungry. And at the same time, she passed laws in this state that made it legal for little kids down to the age of 10 to work in agricultural industries where they're like climbing inside like combines and stuff like that to
That's
clean out all the
stuff.
crap. Yeah. Well, they need little kids to do it, of course, because like adults can't fit their hands in between the grinders. And so like she made it legal for them to work in agriculture and slaughterhouse operations in the state. And the reason that she gave for that was that it gives kids very valuable experience, work experience that they can help their family support their family's budget to put the 10-year-olds to work in the agricultural industry. And then the next year, the federal government wanted to give the state of Iowa something like $25 million for summer SNAP, because they give like cards to kids that they load up with like $40 of food SNAP benefits, for kids who are on reducing free lunches in schools. And she's like, no, we're not going to take any of that money because we got a childhood obesity epidemic in the state of Iowa, and giving kids free food ain't going to help them address the childhood obesity epidemic in this state.
God.
What a fucking, excuse my language, what a goddamn monster. And then she's like, she's taken all the money out of the public school system in this state and is giving it to private education, private like for-profit schools and religious schools through the voucher program.
Like what Greg Abbott's trying to do in arts.
Yeah, well, everything that he's trying to do, she's succeeding because she has just like a total lock on the state house.
Worse than Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Oh my God, she's a freaking monster, man. Like Sarah Huckabee Sanders would be considered a moderate compared to this lady. Every single thing that these Project 2025 people and these libertarian folks, everything they want to do, they start in Iowa because they just have free reign in the state to just like prey on us in this state. And as she's cutting all these education programs, and all of this money is going up to northwestern Iowa, where all the religious conservative psychopaths all live. She's in schools bragging about how here's 14 teachers of the year who represent excellence in the school system, and she's reading books to kids in the library, like and taking pictures and flashing all over Facebook. It's ridiculous. It's like gross, man. And that's what this lady is doing. Like, she is the person that wanted to refuse to close the economy down for COVID and make everybody go to work and die. Like, she has no problem with any of that. She just says it's totally confident. The person who's responsible for the state auditor, the person who's responsible for overseeing the budget in the state, is under ethics investigations because the Republican Party don't like the fact that he's trying to oversee the stuff that the Republican Congress is doing in the state. It's just gross, just ridiculous. But the one positive aspect of living in this ultra, like this state, I know that Oklahoma is like all red.
Yeah.
This state is a little bit more psychopathic than Oklahoma, because I know what Western conservatives are like. Western conservatives are more the libertarian brand.
Yeah.
But these people are like religious fascists in this state. They totally want to like ban all abortion, and they just passed the first law in the country to remove trans status as an identity, as a protected identity in this state. They just passed the law, the first one. And it ain't too long ago, man, like 2014, 2012 or whatever it was, where this state was the first state to pass gay marriage. So it's really changed that much.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that state went for Dukakis.
Yes, they did.
It might have gone for Dukakis. Up until like, I mean, this state voted for Obama. That's right. In 2008, it voted for Obama. So, I mean, there used to be, and this is part of the thing, Willie, you probably have something to say about this, man. Like, there's whole huge chunks of this country where the Democratic Party is just like abandoned it, just like completely turned their back on it, because you got a 54-46 split in this state as far as the voters concerned, and you got a probably 65 to 35% split as far as the legislature is concerned. Right. So the Democrats basically have written off this state, and in the meanwhile they've completely redistricted and packed, like they cracked Des Moines, which was a solidly blue city. They cracked it into 4 different districts, so Democrats don't have a shot in this state. and they just get away with it. Like there's nothing to stop them. And these Democrats, right after the election, these Democrats in the state are like, yeah, we're going to do everything we possibly can to stop her agenda. I'm like, yeah, well, they have a veto-proof majority in the state house. So what are you all going to do? Like, you're going to go on the news and complain about it? Well, the Democratic Party needs to invest in this state because they used to have solid, reliable, liberal Democrats coming from
That's
the
a good
state.
point. Yeah, my God, Tom Harkin.
Shit, like Vilsack was from the state.
That's right.
You know, I mean, you can go right down the list of all these like Democrats. They're not even blue dogs. They were like, you know, either middle of the road or left, even leaning a little bit because they were populists. You know, and yeah, they're all gone, and the Democratic Party is completely and totally written off the state of Iowa.
I'll tell you,
told us to the wolves, man.
I'll tell you, the Democrat that's been the most disappointing was John Fetterman, because he had the trappings of what a Democrat could take to win, and instead of that, he just basically cucked himself toward the Israel lobby, and just just decided to become a conservative Democrat, and
showed up to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
They all bend the knee eventually, man. But the one good thing about having these psychopathic Republicans in the state, and the majority being the Republicans, is that in most states the Democratic Party works to get off, like farther left candidates from the ballot. But in this state, the Democratic Party is so weak that we just slid under the radar. And Iowa was the only state that the Socialist Party got on the ballot, besides Guam, I suppose, and that's because we were able to just send an email. But yeah, we're the only state in the whole country that had Socialist Party USA candidates on our ballot, because the Republicans spent all their time going after the Libertarian Party in the state. So
that makes
we
sense.
get to sneak in through that way, So
that makes
Bill, do you ever keep up with Karen Cubby?
Nope, I haven't talked with Karen.
Yeah,
I remember her. I met her actually when she came to North Carolina in 2002 for the National Committee meeting. We had our National Committee meeting in Raleigh.
She was in Iowa City. I don't know if she's still there. She was a city councilor actually.
That's right.
In Iowa City.
I think at one point she was the highest elected socialist in the country.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
At some point, if I ever wanted to stay in Iowa, I'm trying to get the hell out of here. But if I ever wanted to stay in Iowa, I'd consider running for city council here, because I think I could probably get elected in this city.
You probably could. It's a college town.
Yeah. All I have to do is get the college students to go vote for me. But I don't know if I don't really like Iowa all that much. I don't
and
really
the faculty.
Chapel Hill and Carrboro. Chapel Hill in the 80s it was a big deal because he's dead now, and I met him. The one DSA guy that got elected to the city council in Chapel Hill, and they were like, "Woo, yeah!" Because Chapel Hill is like the left wing hub in North Carolina. I mean that in Asheville. And Carrboro elected an alderman as an independent that was with the Green Party for a while. So there was some things that was kind of optimistic in the 80s and 90s that you thought there was no place to go but up. But the Greens are on a ballot in North Carolina, or they were. And I registered as Green just because I wanted to register as something other than a Democrat or unaffiliated. So and Greens will run closest to my politics, but they're not perfect. I mean,
No, I was in the Green Party in Arkansas, and they really disappointed me when they got to the point where they were so desperate to get the name out there and get as many people on ballots with the G next to their name that they were letting all these Yahoo people in that really were effectively Trumpster style rural hicks that just wanted that. See, the way it works in Arkansas, when you run for office, your filing fee doesn't go to the state, it goes to the party. And the Green Party had the lowest fee just to attract, to attract people like that. And or maybe another way to say it was they charged sort of the standard fee to run for office, and the Dems and the Republicans did more as a way of getting more money by having their candidates pay more filing fee.
Oh.
And so we had people that wanted to run for office but didn't want to pay the filing fee, so they called themselves Greens, and we had no mechanism for even sort of weeding those people out, and they didn't even want to weed them out. They're like, the more the merrier, and I'm just like, forget it, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm not exactly purity tester, but being MAGA would be more than reasonable to forbid that ideology right, as a Green candidate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the Greens were organized in this state, but they didn't get on the ballot because apparently the person who is the head of the Green Party in the state was like full on blue MAGA. We need to support Biden, and we're going to do whatever we possibly can to prevent it. But it seems like whenever I listen to Greens talk, especially people associated with Jill Stein's campaign, like the only thing they cared about was getting 5%. Like they didn't even care about really putting a platform out.
That was the formula in Arkansas. Exactly.
And the reason why they wanted 5% was because they would get federal
Automatic
matching
access.
funds. They get federal matching funds at that point, and so it was about money. But not only that, they would get on the ballot in several states as a major party or something like this.
Exactly.
But to me, it was like, okay, so what you're doing is you're saying I'm going to trash everyone to my left, just so we can tell everyone to the left that they need to vote Green so we can get the 5%, so we can get the money. Well, I mean, Tony, Tony Willy. He was telling me that they got 5% and they still didn't even get the federal matching fund. It's like the federal election commission or whoever is responsible for giving that money out was like, nah, we didn't think you guys would ever get it, so we spent the money on something else.
I tell you what ruined it for the Green Party. I tell you what ruined it for the Green Party in 2024. And it's not so much. I know that Jill Stein's got some baggage, but that's not what ruined it for her, for the Green Party. What ruined it for the Green Party is Cornel West. That was his nomination to get. He could have gotten that nomination easily. He would have. But Peter Dow, I think the Democratic Party sent in Peter Dow into the Green Party to cause a division, encouraging Cornel West to run as an independent. And so, and that just caused more division on the left, as far as I'm concerned. And you had all these state ballots around the country without a presidential candidate. She had no alternative but to tiptoe in there and get the nomination.
Yeah.
Jill Stein.
Well, she also was a known quantity. That would be her third time, right?
Yeah, it was her third time. Yes.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, with the Cornel West situation, I think that and there was some concern about Cornel West in that he has some radical politics, but he wasn't really serious about challenging the Democratic Party, because one of the people that became one of our electors in this state was originally signed up to be an elector for Cornel West, and was originally, like, at the very beginning, like right around October of 2023, was called up by Cornel West. Is like, look, you guys, you're a known quantity, a known organizer in the state. You guys think you can get together, get Cornel West on the ballot? And he's like, yeah, just give me the marching orders and I'll do it. And so like, all right, so we'll get up with you in a little while. And dude, the way we got on the ballot was we went into the DSA Iowa, basically DSA Iowa group, and Matt E. from Michigan basically just took down the names of all of the people in that group, which was enough for us to put on our petition. And I had to scare up probably 75 more people or something like that, but we had enough people for the petition. He could have done the same thing. I mean, it would have been super easy, and he had people in the state that were willing to work for him, but they just never called them back. And so right about the time I was looking for electors, and I was looking for electors like with a week before the end of the filing thing, because all of the socialists in the state backed out. I got a hold of this guy. I'm like, look, man, I know that you said you were working with Cornel West and everything like that, but you guys know anybody else that we could scare up as an elector who would just be willing to put their name on a piece of paper that says that they're an elector? And he's like, yeah, well, I was going to do it for Cornell, but I haven't heard from Cornell, and we got a week, so I'm guessing that Cornell ain't going to call me. So I'll put my name on in here, and here's a couple other names. And he actually gave me enough names, plus the names that I already had to serve as electors, to actually get on the ballot. Because Cornel West and those guys just dropped the ball in this state. Like it would have been so easy for them to do it. Like it wouldn't have cost them. It didn't cost us any money to get on the ballot in the state of Iowa. It would have cost us about $10 million to try to get on the ballot in the state of California. But it didn't cost us any money at all, not a cent, except for maybe postage, to get on the ballot in the state of Iowa. Literally. And he could have did it. He could have been on the ballot in the state. He could have been on the ballot in half a dozen other states that he just dropped the ball on. And so it was like he had an idea that he would challenge it, and then they said, well, Biden's the guy. And so then he backed off. And I think I have a feeling that the Greens sort of did that too. And I know that that the PSL were really big, in the fall of 2023 and the winter of 24, but they sort of just disappeared in the state too. Like they didn't even come into the state at all. They got on the ballot and that's the end of it. So they didn't really do any campaigning here either. And so, I mean, there was so much room on the left that they could have put other names on the ballot. And they just didn't even see Iowa as a thing because they all knew Trump was going to win. And so they didn't even bother. And meanwhile, this is the place where we got all our votes from, this and Guam.
Well, I have a North Carolina story to share with y'all with the Greens versus the SP USA. We were like friendly in competition. And what happened is that the Greens got full of themselves and they thought they could get old Ralph Nader on the ballot completely, like with a Green Party ballot line and everything. They were trying to do the whole ballot access. And that was when North Carolina ballot access was more reasonable. North Carolina's ballot access requirements have actually improved, believe it or not.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
I can tell you, no, that's not true. But I don't know what they must have been super draconian before.
Was that 2004?
2000.
2000. Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was we did the modest thing with David McReynolds. We went and solicited for signatures for the write-in status because it takes 500 signatures back then. It did. So we did that, and so we were able to have David McReynolds available for write-in, but the Green Party were not able to get the Green Party on the ballot at all, and so they were trying to negotiate with the Board of Elections to turn those signatures into write-in status for Ralph Nader. They're like, we can't do that. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened.
Oh, yeah.
That's what happened with them. So, that was why we had an obscene amount of people voting for the Socialist Party. It was like several thousand people voted for David McReynolds in North Carolina.
Wow.
Yeah. And he got what, 10,000, was it 10,000 votes in the state of Florida?
That's right. He did.
10,000 votes in that election. I think he lost Willy.
It was not. Who is considered the spoiler in Florida that flipped the whole thing to Bush? Was that Nader?
Nader and other candidates.
Yeah, but the margin was what? 400.
David McReynolds had as many votes as the difference between Bush.
Well, no, he had literally 20 times the number of votes between.
Yeah, and so the news was like, I think it was NPR or something. They're like, well, do you feel like you were a spoiler? He's like, hell yeah, man, I'm proud of it.
Yeah, that's right.
McReynolds.
I know that a lot of people had problems with McReynolds, but I like that guy.
Yeah, me too.
He was a cool guy. I liked David McReynolds. He came to Laredo, and I showed him around. Yeah. And we went across to Mexico and ate over there at a restaurant and stuff. And oh man, we had a good time. That was so cool. When I brought him to my campus, and I had to because my campus was kind of right wing, sort of, even though it's in a heavily Hispanic area. Mm-hmm. So I had to sort of shroud it as an academic talk on the history of socialism, as opposed to an actual campaign talk.
That's what we did in South Dakota, in Western South Dakota too. When we had Dave McReynolds out there. It was 2000. I think it was Lenin's birthday that he was out there speaking on. It was right before the election, and or either that or it was his birthday, and it was the anniversary of the Russian Revolution. But anyway, he gave 2 talks. in Spearfish, South Dakota, to like 300 people over 2 different talks.
That's great.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Like it was like, come see a presidential candidate.
Right.
And it was Dave McReynolds. And yeah, he filled the room both times. The second time actually was standing room only.
I filled the room, but they purposely gave me a small room and they scheduled me for a Friday afternoon to have that thing. Because they just didn't want it, because the local politicians in Laredo, they run that university, and they're all Democrats, like conservative Henry Cuellar type Democrats, and they
corrupt.
were trying to fight me at everything. And I said, hey, it's a lecture,
Yeah,
so they put me in a small auditorium that seated like, it was like a large classroom, and on a Friday afternoon, and the place was packed.
Yeah.
I had the news out there. One of the news, the local news NBC affiliate was there with the cameras, and it really, actually, with all the people sitting in the aisle and stuff, it made it look more impressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm kind of glad they stuck us in a smaller room.
That's good propaganda right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dave McReynolds was the only presidential candidate to visit South Dakota in the year 2000.
Wow.
He was the only one.
Wow.
And you think, like, could that happen today?
Nope. No.
Well, I'll share you a Greg Pace's story from the year 2000. His dad was alive at the time. His dad was a Republican, and
Payson's dad
voted.
You said Greg Payson?
Yes.
All right.
His dad was a Republican.
Wow.
So, and he ran for the U.S. Senate that year in New Jersey.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Greg said, my dad's probably the only person that voted for George W. Bush for president and voted socialist for the U.S. Senate.
That's funny.
Hey, Willie, you remember in 2001 in Boulder when we were kicking it at Mary Cal Hollis's house?
I remember. Yeah. I remember.
That's one of the first times we hung out, man.
Yeah, it was over there on Pine Street, where Mork and Mindy's house is apartments located.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you go down the street, that's where the house. That's where the apartment where Mork and Mindy's. Well, I mean,
the exterior probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, she was nice too.
Yeah.
Mary Cal?
Mary Cal.
Yeah, I see her on Facebook all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, she. I remember when I first met her. I picked her up at the airport in '96. She was not on the ballot in North Carolina at all. We tried to get her on the ballot, but she was willing to come down here anyway.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and we had an auditorium, a small auditorium at UNC too, but nobody showed up except for just a handful of people. It was me, one of my friends from college, and a Trotskyist that was thinking about joining the SP, and he was trying to decide whether he was going to or not. And he was from Scotland, but he lives in Cary, North Carolina at the time. Tom Hefner. Y'all know Tom Hefner, right?
I don't think I ever met him.
I know the name, but I don't think I ever met him.
He headed the Labor Commission for the SPUSA for many years. He lives in Greensboro. So okay. Yeah. So he all of us were there, and that was it. And we hung out that afternoon, and that was it. I mean, unfortunately, but what was good about it is it helped me get the state party started, and then we kind of grew in North Carolina for a while. We grew to a good size, but
yeah, Dave coming out to South Dakota in 2000, and I thought that this is what we would do with our campaign too. We didn't have enough money to travel a whole lot, but when Dave came out to South Dakota, that actually was a springboard for our party out there. And we had a party going between 2001 and probably 2003 or something like that. But the thing is that when the war started, the Socialist Party was the organizing committee for all the anti-war movement, all the anti-war activity in the Northern Hills. We couldn't call it the Socialist Party, of course, because nobody would have come to the marches. So we just, we had a front committee called the Spearfish Citizens for Peace. And I mean, it was really innocuous, really nonpartisan sounding, whatever. But all of the people on the steering committee of Spearfish Citizens for Peace were all socialists. They're all card-carrying socialists. And I mean, it was literally a socialist, the socialist-led movement in the city of Spearfish, and we had at our biggest rally, it was on the one right before the Iraq war started in February, where everybody in the whole world turned out. The biggest protests in the whole world.
Yeah.
We did one in Spearfish, and we actually had 175 people march in the freaking cold in Spearfish. Was it February? I think was when that happened. Yeah, we were part of that whole thing because the Socialist Party was out there, and that was Dave's appearance out there that started that.
Yeah. It seemed like during that time I was at a protest every other weekend. It was like if it wasn't in Greenville, it was in Raleigh. If it wasn't in Raleigh, it was in Durham. If it wasn't in Durham, it was in Fayetteville. If it wasn't in Fayetteville, it was in Winston-Salem. Or if it wasn't in Winston-Salem, it would be somewhere in Richmond, Virginia, or in DC. I was somewhere every other weekend taking a road trip to go to another anti-war protest, and all of that.
It's so amazing to me. And it must be, I don't know if it was like an echo chamber or we see all the same people at all these different protests, but so many people turned out for anti-war stuff that it always amazed me that whenever they would report like the people that supported the war versus the people who were opposed to the war, it was always like 85-15. People that supported the war, like 85% of the people supported the war. I'm like, man, I see like thousands of people all over the country all the time protesting this goddamn war. So who are these 85% of people who are like against it? Like the only time we ever got any kind of pushback in Spearfish was one old dude who came out of the Republican Party like headquarters there in Spearfish and flipped us all off and yelled at us about being terrorists. And I actually got called a traitor in the newspaper for leading anti-war protests. I suppose that's like 2 instances. So where were all these people that supported the war? Like, how is it that they were able to manufacture that sort of like level of consent for that stupid illegal war? I don't know. They were very successful, I suppose.
Almost 3 years ago in October of 2022, I went to the first protest in years, and it was at the Department of Justice. Was for Julian Assange. So I was there, and the faces had changed and everything, but the vibe was there, and it was like my first protest in years. And I said to myself, "Welcome home."
Yeah.
We went to the women's protest right after Trump got elected the first time. And then we went to like a lot of the anti-police and George Floyd related protests in Fargo, which were fantastic, that the police gassed for some reason. Like it's like they missed the point. They missed the point of the protest was against the police, over policing, and the way they responded to that was gassing.
What was the year that the second Iraq war started? That W's Iraq war started?
2003.
Yep.
2003. Okay.
March of 2003.
And see, I was here in Laredo at the time, and I was a professor at the university, so I had to kind of not necessarily wear a tie, but I had to sort of play the part of the professor thing. I couldn't really be a flaming radical or whatever, because I was trying to get my discipline, geography, to be taken seriously. I was the only geographer at the university, so I had to kind of play it sort of clean. But for whatever reason, I don't know why they got my name, but the local news station had like a 5 o'clock show that was like a news show, but they would have a spot on there a couple times a week where they would interview somebody to have sort of a lengthy discussion about something. And they wanted to know, their question was, why did Vicente Fox oppose Bush on that? Because at the time, as I recall, Mexico had one of the rotating seats on the Security Council, and the timing was just such that the rotating seat was the chair. And I think I have that right. And so whoever was Mexico's ambassador to the UN was, of course, very important all of a sudden. And Vicente Fox basically told him, do not support that war. And they wanted to know why. Everybody in Laredo was like so appalled. And I had to go on the air with the damn camera light, Larry, that's scary as shit. And I had to explain why it is that Vicente, and I tried to do it from his angle. I didn't just channel my own views, but I did do a little of that, you know. Well, it's because of, you know, which were really my own opinion on it. But
Sure.
Basically, it was that the Mexican media, and this is the truth, the Mexican media was portraying the really ugly side of the war more than our media did. They showed things like where there would be a mistaken bombing where, you know, some little kid's arm would get blown off or whatever. The Mexican news showed that, and the U.S. news did not. And so I kind of explained that to the audience. I hope I did okay. They had
you know,
other things. So
a really good news source especially at the end of the Bush administration, like the last 4 years of the Bush administration, was actually Radio Havana, and they're tied into Prensa Latina, which was their version of the AP, basically for Latin America.
Yeah, I used to get that on shortwave radio. It was good.
I listened to it. I actually got my name read on their mailbag program because I wrote them a letter.
Oh, that's cool.
Stuff. But I love Radio Havana because they were the only people that I could get. Like, I would search American media and everyone was for the war, but Radio Havana was like, nope, on this day, you know, like how many kids were killed, you know, like how many soldiers like invaded the city, you know, all this stuff about Bush. The whole world is basically against this thing, but we're getting it blacked out in the United States because it's important for our government to propagandize this war and keep American support for it, you know. And it's so gross. And listening to any international coverage about the war really showed just how much our government was lying. So whenever, you know, I got coworkers who vote Democrat and everything, you know, you almost have to be a Democrat in this line of work, in the line of work that I do, in which is homelessness prevention. But like, I got all these people who are like, I can't believe how corrupt the government has gotten, how, you know, how like lying, how much lying the government's doing now. I'm like, really? And have you not been paying attention for like the last 30 years? Like, seriously, have you not seen all this corruption going on, going back to Halliburton, going back to all the stuff with the Clinton administration, you know, going back to how basically they conducted the war for profit and everything like that? Did you not pay attention to all that stuff? Yeah. Are you just surprised that it's happening just now? Because I'm not surprised it's happening now. I'm not surprised that the U.S. government has basically sold all these corporations. I've been telling people for like my entire adult life that this is what it's about, you know. And now you're paying attention. You know, you should have done something to stop it before it happened. If you don't like it so much, you just sit on your hands. Why don't you go run for office or something like that instead of complaining to me about it? But I don't know. What do I know? I've only been doing this since I got out of the Marine Corps, so I don't know.
You know, you know, to me, you know, with this whole situation, just the country's, you know, just the country's going. It feels like the country's going nuts now, and I just sometimes I don't know what to do. But
honestly, I think what's not given enough credit for the craziness is this thing. And in the communication, the style of communication, that has contaminated politics so deeply that it gets into our psyche and we don't even fucking know what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. We don't know what's going on. And I think it's by design.
Well, I mean, what I don't like about it is that it even affected our corner, our tribal corner, where there's a lot of circular firing squads taking place.
Exactly.
You know, I'll tell you, I don't know how many people you got that listen to your show, Willie, like how many thousands of people listen to your show. But if I could make a recommendation, there's a book by a French psychologist named Jacques Ellul, Ellul. Maybe I'm mispronouncing that word. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing that word. It might be like Ellul or something like that. I don't know.
It sounds correct.
Yeah, Jacques Ellul. And it's called propaganda, and it basically it's a psychological approach that talks about how marketing works on people, because propaganda used to be basically what we now call marketing.
Yeah.
And when you add politics to it, then it becomes what we call propaganda. But it basically takes marketing, like ideas of marketing, which came up in the late 19th century and the early 20th century, and it added mass media to it. The phone is just the latest, the latest thing in mass media. It took those marketing things and added mass media, and it does stuff like creates demand. So one of the examples that I've heard more recently than this book, because this book was written probably right after World War II, but it's still very, very relevant. Like the things in it are very relevant. But what, like for the Gap, for instance, the reason why the Gap was so popular, or Old Navy or something like that, was they created or they had like some sweatshop somewhere make 10,000 pairs of this kind of pants. Okay. And then they basically took it and they said, okay, well, we have now 10,000 versions of this pair of pants here. And we're going to create a marketing campaign that makes it so that people want to buy it. So they actually created the product before there was a demand for it. And the whole goal of marketing is then to create a demand. And the most important thing I think that I learned from that is that modern democratic governments, an authoritarian government doesn't need to worry about creating demand. Okay. They can just say, this is the policy of the government. This is what we're doing. And if you don't like it, we're going to take you to the football stadium and shoot you. But in a democracy, we call ourselves a democracy. So the main goal of our political parties is to create demand for the policies that the government was already going to do in the first place. And we have to think like, okay, number one, this was our idea, not some faceless bureaucrat up in Washington's idea. This is our idea. Yeah, they've convinced me we definitely need to go to war, and I need to get on the line with my congressperson or something like that and tell them about the dangers of terrorism, so that they understand how serious it is, so they actually do something about it. Well, that idea isn't mine. That idea was fed to me by someone who's creating demand for this war that they're already going to do. They want a war. They're going to start the war. They're going to create the demand. That's the purpose of propaganda. That's a function of propaganda in a democratic society, is to make me think that I wanted all along what the government already planned to do. And that's the only way that they can get the support. Once they have the support of the people behind those policies, they can do whatever they want. They can go to war. They can stay at war for 20 years. And all they have to do is just refresh that demand. And the more we become susceptible to this propaganda, and it's not even stupid people. It's just a psychological thing that they're playing on. And some people are really just susceptible to it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even have to be stupid to be MAGA. Like, MAGA people aren't stupid. They're just easily got, basically. They bought into the propaganda.
I think they're not stupid, but I will put myself out on a limb here. I think a lot of them are lazy.
Well, laziness
they don't do their homework.
That's
and
right.
So they too easily buy into that marketing message.
Yeah,
but they want to find an easy answer to complicated questions.
Well, the laziness comes into play with propaganda, because all it does is it shows you the path of least resistance from where you are to where they want you to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so most people just follow the path of least resistance. It's really not a negative character flaw. It's just what we do as people.
Yeah.
I want to be part of a group. And so my friends believe in this. I'm going to be more susceptible to hearing that message that my friends are telling me. And if my friends are telling me, hey, listen to this guy Trump, he knows what he's talking about, I'm going to be like way more susceptible than if I had no friends at all to listen to that message. And then once I buy into that message, it becomes harder and harder and harder, because my mind becomes immune to counter propaganda.
That's it.
And everything that people tell me that's against what I already believe just reinforces my own beliefs about the thing that I wanted to believe, because I've already bought into it. And once they start doing it too much and it becomes obviously propaganda and stuff like that, people will start tuning out. So the real purpose of the party is to find that fine balance between like swaying 200 million Americans into believing that the two-party system is all there is, and going too far and losing some of those people to cynicism or withdrawal symptom or whatever. That's what that book about propaganda is about. So if your listeners, Willie, are interested in reading a really good book that really
what year? About what year was that?
I want to say it was right after World War II. I think he makes.
Oh, it was a while back.
Yeah, let me take a look and see if I can find.
I was insightful,
but yeah, I mean, it's still very relevant today.
Yeah,
and it's kind of hard. It's very dense. So like if you really want a page turner, you might try a different book. But he died in 1994, so he was probably. Let's see if I can find his book.
Interesting.
But it's a fascinating book, and I got it on audiobook, so I can listen to it rather than have to read it.
Yeah, cool.
But that's something I definitely would recommend.
Well, for me, I just like to see. I just like to see us win for a change.
Well, let me
to be a normal country, national health care, strong labor unions. I mean, and I want more than just that, but I'm just saying it's a good start.
If I had some advice for the left, I think this is why I kind of left the left is, have you ever heard of Raymond Loewy? Okay, I don't know exactly what his full background or title would be, but he was some kind of an engineer / designer. And he wrote books on design and principles of design and principles of engineering and et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people that were into things like aerospace, he designed things like automobiles, but he also designed just consumer products and things like that. But one of his main principles was, when you design something, you have to, within the design, has to be the ability to get it done, like to actually get it made, to get it manufactured efficiently. So you don't just design you don't design a car solely based on just because it looks cool to have some curvy on a car or something. You've got to design it in such a way that you can actually efficiently manufacture it. Does that make sense? And I think using that as an analogy, this is the problem that I have with the left now, is that within their policy ideas, they're oftentimes lacking that how to get it done part.
Well, my answer, not to disagree with you, that's a very poignant perspective there, but my answer would be we need to have revolution first. And so,
I hear you.
Once we have revolution, then all of this stuff becomes more. You can think about how to actually do it, but basically, we're stuck in this paradigm right now that we can't see how we could accomplish the things that we want to accomplish on the left, because we're still stuck within this paradigm. We have to break out of that paradigm. So that's what revolution in and of itself should be doing, is that we should be breaking out of the paradigms that we have that says that the society must work like such, that it can only work like such. Like, we got to have these liberal elections that are really shams,
Well, and the whole electoral college and all that stuff that just rigs it for two parties.
Exactly. Like, there's no way to actually break out of the capitalist system or whatever we want to say, because the system itself reinforces itself constantly.
Exactly.
And so, we got to get away from that. And then we can start talking about the things that the left has. But that's a good point. Like, right now, we don't have the method to get from where we're at to where we need to be.
Exactly.
And so we sort of spin our tires because we're not willing to do the work first.
Pragmatic things like, well, let's find a way to work within the system, like say Bernie Sanders did. Then all of a sudden it becomes a sellout, and then all the insults fly. And then that's when I just shut it all down. And I'm just like, I guess I'm not in the left anymore.
Can I interrupt for a second? Sure. Yeah, we have here Game.film joining in the conversation. And aren't you from Texas, Game.film?
Yeah, I'm from Austin.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'm in Laredo.
Guess I'm the only Yankee on this call, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Iowa, Yankee? Okay.
I'm from Indiana.
Oh, Indiana. Okay.
I'm from northern
I
Indiana.
can guarantee y'all I'm probably more southern than the three of y'all combined.
You certainly are.
Well, to answer your question, Michael, and I'm going to dip out here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run myself. So.
But to answer your question, 62 was when it was published in French, and
oh, great, thank you.
65 in the United States. So that's propaganda, the formations of men's attitudes.
Oh, that's so cool.
Fantastic book.
Well, as far as pragmatism, I understand. I also understand that I'm not trying to brag. I'm further left than I was 20 years ago. I'm seeing things I haven't seen before, but I'm not exactly, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure things out right now.
Absolutely.
So that's what, I would disagree. I don't think you left the left. I think you're frustrated with the left, and it's an understandable feeling.
Yeah, you're right. That's a better way to say it. Yeah.
Because I went through that period until Bernie came along, and then I'm kind of in the frustrated area again. So
yeah,
Bernie did kind of frustrate me as of late. So
yeah.
Well, and I also say that the frustration with the left is also part of the left, because nobody criticizes the left like the left does.
That's true. It's true.
Circular firing squad.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that this is one thing that I discovered while running for president and whatnot, is that there are different lefts. The left is not a monolith at all. And you can look at how people are really pro-Marxist and anti-turf, like turf people, like anti-trans. And I don't know how you
square that. Yeah.
How you have both those ideas in your head at the same time, but lots of people do it.
Yeah.
And they basically are like, well, we don't need to worry about race. We need to focus on class, and race, will solve itself or something. I mean, the radical socialist will say, no, you got to worry about all of that stuff at the same time. I mean, it's both and, it's all and, because they're all related. But there are some hardcore leftists who are just like, nope, the only thing that matters is race. The only thing that matters is capitalism. And once we solve capitalism, then all the rest of it will magically resolve itself. And that really isn't the truth. You gotta have those things in your head at the same time as you're working on capitalism. And you gotta have feminism in your mind. You gotta have anti-racism, anti-fascism at the same time as you're working on anti-capitalism, because anti-capitalism itself, it's not going to solve race. It's not going to solve, sex discrimination and that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Keep fighting the good fight, but as for me, I'm dipping out.
My fight is just never going to go anywhere, and it's unfortunate. I'm getting to the point where I'm frustrated by the way that we're so fixated on having borders. Like, for example, this NAFTA/USMCA thing. Why do we even have a border with Mexico? I don't understand. I mean, why do we have to have that? Why can't we have something like the European Union with North America? But we're just not there. The Europeans can pull it off, but we can't. We're not sophisticated enough.
We don't have the nice things they have, like national health care and
exactly. Would make it so it's not, like, oh, those people over there, they're just standing around while I'm doing all the work. You know how Americans can be, right?
Last thing I'll say, and this is very academic. There's a term called ethnic entrepreneurs in political science, political theory, ethnic entrepreneurs. And basically these people are people who use ethnicity and ethnic identity to promote themselves politically. And it's a very instrumentalist sort of thing. Yeah. It's very important for them to other, or to create an other.
Right.
When an other doesn't necessarily even really exist. Like, you live in Laredo. I mean, I've never been down that far. The farthest into Texas I've ever been is the airport in El Paso. Not El Paso, Austin.
Yeah.
And I got a tattoo in Fort Worth once, or no, Wichita Falls. Anyway, but at any rate, I've never been down to the border, but I guarantee it, man. I know that the Rio Grande's a fairly large river, but on one side of the river is virtually indistinguishable from the other side of the river. Like, people on one side of the river go to the other side of the river all the time.
That's right.
For like restaurants and culture,
work.
And whatever. Work. Yeah. I mean,
brokers and people like that are traveling across the bridge several times a day.
it's totally indistinguishable except for the fact that they speak a different language and they're under a different political regime, and so the border itself is sort of facetious even that far down.
Exactly.
So, anyway, all right, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox. All right, good to talk to y'all, and happy birthday, Willy.
Thank you.
Good to meet you,
Melvin,
Will.
take care. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
All right, peace.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yep. So let's see.
I've never been to Laredo myself, but definitely been in Texas all my life.
But from Austin all your life?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I went to Marfa for a wedding. That's as far west Texas I went.
Yeah, that's pretty close to the border.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
pretty neat over there.
Yeah, it's cool.
But I try to stay away from Midland.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in the 1950s, my great aunt went to El Paso, Texas, to visit one of their relatives that was in the military, and she and her husband drove from Raleigh, North Carolina. She thought by the time she made it to the Texas border, she'd be okay. She didn't even realize that Texas was a very, very, very large state.
Oh God!
And she's just about halfway there. She was so mad. Yeah, so she finally did make it to El Paso.
All right. Well, I've really got to run. So,
all right.
Thank you for inviting me to this. Good to meet you, and good to talk to you again.
Good to meet you, Michael.
Take care now.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye. So, how are you doing this evening?
Good. I just got back from a vacation. I drove from Austin to Durant, Oklahoma to stay at the Choctaw Casino for a night, and then I went to the Ozarks in Arkansas. I got a cabin in the woods, and that was kind of spooky, man. I'm not a city boy per se, but I am not a wildlife or like I don't really hunt. I'm not used to the outdoors like that. So going to bed at night was it's pitch black, and you hear all kinds of critters out there, man, just howling. I'm like, oh God.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was growing up, where I live, just down the street, a couple of houses down the street, is an empty house. Belonged to my grandmother when she was alive, and kind of take care of the place. I haven't sold the place yet, and but I remember we used to go and visit that place when I was growing up, and she hated having anything on. When we'll be visiting her, we visit her about twice a month, 2-hour drive from where we were living at the time. And so we'll visit, and it's an old wood house built in 1926. So, when she wanted everything off, so no radio, no nothing on or anything like that. And the house would just creak, and you would think the house was haunted.
Oh man, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean the house it's like it's so quiet that it's so noisy. You know that feeling?
Yeah, I know that feeling, man, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was a little kid. I would just like I used to hate sleeping there at night because I'm just like I want to, when I was growing up, I always have something, like a radio on or something to help me go to sleep. And she didn't want nothing on at night. She wanted the lights off. She wanted the radio off, or she wanted the place totally 100% silent. So we follow her wishes and all of that. But but it sucked having to hear the house creak the entire night.
Yeah, I can hear twigs outside, leaves cracking and stuff. It's like, oh God, what's that? Don't like that. I usually have to fall asleep to a podcast nowadays.
Me too. Yeah, I work graveyard shift, so I usually have it on some podcasts, and they're not boring me in the podcast, but it's usually a long podcast, and I'll listen to it, and then I'll just go and nod off. And
do you get 8 hours of sleep, man? I hope you do, because graveyard shifts they're not fun. They're tough.
Anywhere from 4 to 6 hours which if I get my 6 hours, I'm fine.
You're good.
Yeah, 6 hours do me. I'm actually even fine with 5 hours, barely fine. Anything under 5 hours is a challenge.
Gotcha.
Tonight I'm off, so I'm celebrating my birthday one day early because I work tomorrow night, of course. I was like, I might as well. So I turned it into a live stream, you know.
Yeah,
So I had
yeah.
several guests. I had Keaton and Russell. They were my first guests tonight from Due Dissonance.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do great work. I saw you had Warren on too.
Yeah, Warren on and had Michael and that was Michael and Bill. I knew them when I was in the Socialist Party years ago. We were all three in the Socialist Party.
Nice.
All three in different factions of the Socialist Party, but we got along.
Wow.
Yeah.
Factions of the Socialist Party. I wish there was just one, but
yeah. That's a lot. When the left is, these organizations on the left are small, and you got people with big egos that want to be a big fish in a small pond, and they have a certain vision. This is what they want, and this is the vision they see. And I used to kind of be one of those people, but I'm not anymore.
Yeah, man, we can't split factions. We gotta come together, man. We gotta be one. Can't be divided.
Yeah, we're not all going to agree. We agree on 90%. It's just that 10% is where the rubber hits the road in a lot of areas, and it's kind of sad that we can't get anywhere where the right, for some reason, the right can get what they can need to have. They got the money that we don't have the money and the funds to to do it. It's not because our ideas are horrible. It's just that the big money tends to be tied in with the right wing. So
that's man. The corporate news, the newspapers, the radio, like 99%. All of it is. It's all, even like the Democrat or liberal. That's right wing to me.
It's right wing
so.
Too. Yeah, it's definitely right wing to me. I look at look at the Democratic Party. I mean, the Democratic Party today is where George W. Bush and Dick Cheney were 20 years ago, except they don't hate gay people. They don't hate black and brown people.
Right. But
which, it's good. It's good not to hate black and brown people, and it's good not to hate gay people. In fact, those are wonderful things. But the
actual policy is killing all of us.
Yeah, everybody. And nothing was more offensive to me than seeing what's her name, Kamala Harris bumping fists with Dick and Liz Cheney. That just just like, that was sickening watching that.
Oh my gosh, that's awful.
Yeah,
that's so bad. And
yes.
she's so pro cop, man. So it's like, people point at Trump saying, "Oh, he's so racist." Like what he said. Well, Kamala's policies are gonna get black, brown people of color, people killed. Because she's on the side of the rich. Rich need cops. And
as a governor, as attorney general, she wasn't that great on policy.
No, monster, man.
Yeah.
Withholding evidence to lock people up, and she was against body cameras at one point, marijuana, and then the list goes on.
Yeah, she was a pretty conservative Democrat, and then I had people telling me, "No, she's a fucking communist." I'm like,
"Oh my god."
Yeah,
that's some Fox News propaganda, dude.
Tim Dillon has something to say that about recently. He said Kamala Harris is not a communist. Like, he said, "I know communists, and she's nothing like a communist. She doesn't believe in anything."
Just protecting the 1%, I guess. That's all she.
Yeah, she wouldn't go after Steve Mnuchin or anything like that. So.
Oh yeah, she could have prosecuted him, right, when she was in California. But I think he donated to her campaign too. That's probably why she didn't press. But power protects power, right? So.
Yeah. So what's living in Austin like?
It's one of the liberal or left-ish leaning cities in Texas. Texas is pretty red. but
Mhm.
Austin's one of the few that's kind of left leaning. But I mean, even then, like a lot of Elizabeth Warren, maybe corporate Dems are here, and I would think like 10 to 15 years ago, it started really blowing up. So all the New Yorkers, Californians, some from Florida and Denver started moving here, and gentrified now. And like Tesla came here and built a $1 billion plant. Amazon's built so much stuff here. Apple built a $1 billion complex. So very priced out, very crowded now. So, but it still has a lot of charm, man. A lot of culture, a lot of restaurants. It's a big movie town too. A lot of movie studios and a lot of game developers too. A lot of independent game devs. So, it's got a lot of things still going for it, but way more expensive now.
Yeah, I live just outside of Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'll tell you, Raleigh has changed. Raleigh's changed. I'm sorry, Raleigh has changed. I've been drinking for the last few hours, so Raleigh's
It's all good.
changed. Yeah, Raleigh's has changed in the last few years. So 35 years. I mean, it was when I was growing up, it was fun to visit Raleigh, but it just sometime after college, it just became so. A lot of areas are gentrified. It just is a moderately blue city. It's not obnoxiously right wing particularly, but it's not super progressive either.
Right.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, there are worse places, but just like if you really want to go to where it's super progressive, you have to go to Chapel Hill in the Research Triangle Park, or if you out west, you have to go to Asheville.
Huh.
Yeah.
Never been to North or South Carolina. Never really been. I think I've been to Boston as far as the East Coast, and that's it.
For some reason, I thought you were from Boston.
No, not Boston.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I thought you were from Boston, but for some reason, I thought you were situated in Boston, but you were situated in Texas. Yeah. I was in Massachusetts about that 90 in 2019. Went one day, was one day in Boston, spent a day there, and just that was cool. I haven't been there since I was a child, so that was the first time I've been there since I was a kid. I had family in Connecticut, so we used to go and visit family in the Groton, New London area when I was growing up. So I have a little bit of both the northern and southern culture that I've kind of have exposed because of my mom's family living up north for the most part, and my dad's family down here. So
yeah, my sister's out in Boston. She went to Salem State, so I went to go visit her. So, but man, Boston, she told me top 5 most expensive places right now. But it was pretty neat. I mean, got that big city feel. It's dense. You can walk around a lot. I like cities where you can walk and not take cars everywhere.
Yeah, it was definitely some walking around and all of that. And of course, a few days later, went to the airport in Boston. So, because somebody, I went to Ireland, and
Oh, you did? I want to go to Ireland, man.
I highly recommend Ireland. I'm planning to go to Scotland this year.
Yeah.
If not this year, next year maybe. And just to check it out, because we were going to go to Scotland, but we didn't plan the trip 100% correctly. I mean, we had to go make the reservations about a week in advance, because we would have made the reservations a week in advance. It would have cost us €30 to take a flight from Dublin to Edinburgh. But
yeah, I mean, they're pretty similar places, right? Scotland and Ireland, or am I? As far as geography or food and
people in England and people in Ireland are going to kill me for saying this. Well, I went to London in 2006 and I went to Dublin in 2019. Both cities culturally felt the same in a lot of ways.
Really? I thought that Ireland did not like the Brits much.
I mean maybe it's a language. It's the same language, and The dialect is pretty similar. I mean, you can tell an Irish accent from an English accent, but
Right, right. Huh.
yeah.
But from the movies, man, Ireland looks beautiful from what I've seen.
It is. We went on a train from Dublin to Galway, and you can see the countryside. A lot of horses in the country. You saw a lot of abandoned castles, literally.
Really? That must
Yeah.
be neat.
Yeah, there were small castles, mind you, but they were there, and they were just kind of just neglected and falling apart and everything. But
Oh, that
it had
sucks.
its charm.
Yeah, I guess it makes it a little charming a little bit.
There was a pub we wanted to go to, and I can't think of the name of the pub, but it's the oldest pub in the world, and it was built in the 900s, and it's
Damn.
still in business today.
Hopefully they renovated.
I can imagine how many fights and brawls have taken place over the centuries.
Oh God.
And imagine how many people gotten killed in those brawls.
You mix alcohol with stuff, man. That's with humans. It's
Yeah.
nothing good. A lot of bad stuff happens.
Yeah, but Galway was fun. Enjoy probably not more fun than Dublin. So Dublin is a typical capital, but there was had a little bit more time. We would have been able to visit the Cliffs of Moher and all of that. I mean, it was I liked it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't stand politicians. I mean, no one should, but Claire Daly and Mick Wallace, I think I follow them on Twitter. They're pretty real. They keep it pretty straight, They call out imperialism and, they're anti-war. So
In a lot of ways, Ireland is further left than Britain, but the only thing is that Britain has a better healthcare system than Ireland. Yeah,
interesting.
I was shocked to find that out.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, I have a guest that's been on the show a few times, and she lived in Ireland. She now lives in England. I don't know if you remember somebody named Angie Moon has been on the show.
I think so.
Yeah, she was living in Ireland for many years, and now she lives in England. She's an American, and she's like Ireland's healthcare system. It's kind of like Obama, like a slightly better Obamacare. Is all it is. It's universal, but it's like Obamacare, maybe a little bit better, but it's not that much better.
Gotcha. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, but the NHS is where it's really it is really socialized, even more so than in continental Europe. Although some people are trying to, they think it's a good idea to try to phase it out. So
of course.
Yeah, and I hope that they don't.
It's a horrible idea.
Yeah. So
wish we had something like that in the U.S. Just something.
Yeah, me too.
Little less expensive. Like if you're rich, you get good health care here, but it's just awful overall.
Yeah, when I was in my previous job, I paid $12 a week in for my health insurance, and I got pretty good coverage. Where I work at now, I'm paying $60 a week, and I'm paying more out of pocket.
$240 a month. Damn. Yeah, I never really had health insurance until like a year ago. My girlfriend works for the city, so I finally hopped on her plan. But even then, to add me, I think it's like $200 a paycheck or so. So like $400 a month or something. So it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
But I guess it's decent coverage. Yeah, so far. I finally got glasses, man. Like,
yeah,
I had like 20/40 vision for like 5 years, the past 5 years. Yeah.
I actually need new glasses. I got these in 2019, and I just haven't had a chance to have an eye exam yet. But I'm actually due for some new glasses.
Yeah, now that I have insurance, this was somewhat inexpensive. So trying to utilize that health insurance, man. I'm pretty stubborn, but definitely gotta, like, I got dental work done. and I got the eyeglasses, and then I got a checkup, so that felt pretty good.
Mine was in the network, but I still had to spend a lot of money on these glasses because I I had to have it changed with the sun because I just to me I I just like to have my eyes protected from bright sunlight, so
Yeah.
sun and it's got the progressive lenses because I'm very vain. I don't want those little lines up there to make me look older than I actually am, things like that. So my glasses was a little more expensive than it needed to be because of the scratch resistance, and all that. But I mean, I paid it off eventually. So
That's good.
yeah. But it looks like I am going to have to go back and get some new glasses soon because I can tell I'm having trouble, seeing. I'm having more trouble seeing now than I did previously. So, is telling me something.
Oh man. Well, hopefully they take care of you for sure.
Yeah.
It's
Just a
not-
matter of making an appointment. That's all.
That's good.
Yeah.
You got plans tomorrow? You said your birthday is actually tomorrow?
Yeah, I work tomorrow night, and it's also Ash Wednesday, so I can't really do birthday tomorrow. So I decided to go ahead and do that tonight. So here I am. I was like, I'm off. Might as well have a little party, do a live stream and just just chill with everybody here.
Yeah, you've been live for 4 hours.
Yeah. Actually, it's one of my longest. I think this might have been the longest live stream I've ever done.
I bet so. I feel like when I check in on your channel on YouTube, hour here, hour and a half there,
2022, I did a pretty long one on the election night. I did a pretty long one on the midterm elections. And it was like that was a busy little chat line that night. So
yeah,
it was the elections that has a lot to do with it too. So, but anyway, yeah. So a lot of protests going on. Where you at, or?
Yeah, Austin is it's pretty a lot of mutual aid groups, and yeah, I would say a lot of Palestine protests. I've been to 3 of them, but there's definitely been a dozen or so since October 7th. So yeah, Austin, we definitely get out there at the Capitol and march a little bit. So.
I'm just afraid for all the crackdowns that we're about to see on these protests now, with changing of the guard and everything. As bad as the previous regime was, they did crack down, but I think we're going to see more cracking down on protests now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so sad just how like they use tear gas, which is like a war crime overseas. They use tear gas on our own people here, and police are always the aggressors. It's not like it's always a peaceful protest until like a Fed undercover throws something or a black and blue. Yeah.
That's what they'll do. I actually think that like for example, anything that was obnoxious that was going on, like vandalisms or even some anti-Semitic insults might have been done by some feds to make the movement look bad.
100%, man. 100%. And like you'll see like I remember I forgot what protest it was, but these like Molotov cocktails appeared in a photo, but like it was these perfectly crisp cloth, like a cop definitely dropped off a pallet of those things, it was just no way like a non-violent protester did that. And like a pile of bricks will show up all perfectly stacked, and it's like the cops will take a picture and be like, oh look, like so ridiculous, man.
Yeah, even with the right, there is one group that they wear these khaki slacks and blue shirts, and cover their face with a white mask and have these baseball caps on.
The Proud,
Not Proud Boys, but there's some Patriot Front. I guess.
Patriot in front, yeah, something, yeah, some FBI.
Yeah.
They look like feds for sure.
Yeah, somebody pointed out that they were a bunch of feds, and I was like, well, they are dressed a little bit too neat, and they do look like they are all kind of worked out. They're not. You don't see some dumpy loser, out there. If they were real, you would see something like that.
Right, like some disheveled clothing or something. But yeah, I know definitely federal agents, man. They have to be.
Yeah. So so that's usually a red flag or what have you, and everything. So, but yeah, I mean, everything is just everything is
Hold on to your butts the next 4 years, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think about it. I was like, democracy the democracy was not in good shape previously, but democracy might actually do die. What little bit of it exists might actually be gone.
I know, man. It's really don't have free speech. Really.
Well, I predict they're going to go after mainstream media first, because they'll look at the independent media people, be like, nobody pays any attention to them, and then when they're done with corporate media, then they'll probably come after the independent media. That's what I sort of figure will happen.
Yeah, I mean, and they've been throttling independent media for so long.
Yeah.
On YouTube, X, or Twitter, and all social media, man. And even like I heard I never got Rumble, but I even heard it was kind of independent at first, but it went right wing pretty quick, and then a couple of content creators, lefties on Rockfin, and like Rockfin's not treating them right. They're kind of purposely dropping the ball on things. So I think they're slowly coming after all the sites, man. Independent media.
But I also predict that some of the big sites like YouTube and places like that, people are going to start going on smaller sites, and I think you're going to probably see more of that in the future. And one will get cracked down on, then they'll go after something else. And like what they did with TikTok, for example. I mean, they went and shut it down. Of course, TikTok came back up, but
Right.
yeah,
We just gotta keep fighting, I guess.
This is the kind of thing I think they're planning to do. That was just like the beginning right there.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
we just gotta keep posting, man. I get down, because I'll post some game and movie stuff. Okay, I'll get some views, but then I can see how I make a political post, and just, man, it just the viewership. No, they take it away from the suggestive threads, So only if you're like really following me, they'll see it in their suggested feed, and like it just gets me down, It's like, God, man, trying to grow as a content creator, but it just doesn't, it's like I just gotta keep posting, doing my thing. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna tell you something about this growing as a content maker. For me, I actually had aspirations in the beginning to be, I was thinking, could I get up to 20 or 30, 40,000? Can I get up to 100,000? I really had that kind of grandiose vision at the beginning. Now I don't care. I mean, I don't, I'm kind of satisfied where I'm at right now.
Me too, man. I felt the same way. I've been doing this 5 years or so, but then
5 years.
the past couple of years, I'm just like, dude, just post, be yourself, and don't worry. Just speak truth to power as much as you can, and people will appreciate you for that. So no need to worry about likes and views and interactions too much.
Yeah,
I don't care no more either.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I wouldn't mind being, like I suggested, but at the same time, I'm okay. I'm okay where I'm at. I don't. I mean, I try to do a schedule, but at the same time, I I have the luxury of, if I'm too tired or don't have the energy or I'm not inspired enough at the moment, I don't have to post anything until I get a chance to be inspired or have the time to do it or what have you. So
Yeah,
and
yourself comes first, and I like how you do schedules. That's really good.
I
That's
try
really
to.
important.
I
It's
try
hard
to.
to do because real life is just tough, but yeah, you do a good job. I always see when you're about to stream, like days before, so.
Yeah, as I said, I try to do the I used to be random. Um and I think random is fine when you're beginning, but right now I I try to adhere to a schedule to the best of my ability. So, just yeah, that's what I do and
That's
everything.
good.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So so let's see. I don't know if I've asked you this. How long you been gaming?
Oh man, I mean, I had a Nintendo. I'm 37, and shoot, maybe since I was like 5 years old, had a Nintendo, then a Sega Genesis, and then a PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, since I was a kid, Ninja Turtles was my first game.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
I haven't done too much gaming, but I know that takes skill and all of that. And I have friends
time
that
takes a lot of time.
I have friends that do it, and they seem to enjoy it. So
It's a good escape, man, and I feel like your video games are art too, and there's a lot of smaller teams like indie gamers, indie developers, so they need support. So I've been doing a lot of supporting indie games, shorter games lately. So I find that important. So yeah,
okay,
maybe I'll play like one of those where it's like a huge. They call them AAA games, where it's like the $70 games, which are like by the huge corporations, huge teams. I might play one or two of those. But the past few years, I'm definitely trying to support like teams that are like one or two people, 10 people, because they put their heart and soul into it, and they own kind of like the work, like those big corporations, they treat their everybody like dirt, they work them to death. So yeah, I like the smaller developer teams a lot. So
yeah,
same with movies too, man. The foreign films, the indie films, low budget, and yeah, I like supporting those kind of movies as well.
yeah. I when I run across an independent film, always it's always a treasure. It's like, ooh, I want to share this with everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
definitely important because it's hard for them to get distribution compared to one of the big like Disney, like the conglomerates.
Yeah,
Um,
sometimes I'll run across some film. I was like, why wasn't I aware of it at the time? And
oh yeah,
yeah.
like I don't know if you remember Matewan from 1987. It was about a communist or union guy comes into town and helps out the coal miners. But like that film just immediately got pulled from distribution like the first few days. So Hollywood just does not mess around with pro worker or
Oh no,
putting in
no,
movies.
no. Not knocking vegetarianism when I say what I'm about to say, but with somebody becoming a vegetarian, it's the left wing statement people make in Hollywood, like a TV show or something. Oh, they're so left wing. They're vegetarian now. It's something. I mean, again, I'm not making fun of vegetarians. I'm just saying that to them, that's what they consider safe.
hmm hmm
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, the Marvel movies have like you go to a theater, there's 8 screens, and the Marvel Disney has like 6 of those 8 screens.
I remember I went one time. I went to the theater, um, and I went there kind of late, and I wanted to see the movie, and I did see the movie, and it was the Iron Lady with Meryl Streep, and I was like the only person in there, and that was just weird to be the only person watching the movie inside the theater. But
I used
know.
to think that, but I think it's a really good way. You just got the theater to yourself, man. You put your feet up and just like it's all quiet and nobody else snacking or yelling, talking. It's
I
pretty
remember
peaceful.
it was 2011, 2012, whichever year it came out. The Johnny Depp movie Dark Shadows. I forgot which year it came out, but me and one of my coworkers, we went and watched it, and she wanted to watch it because Tim Burton was, the director of it. And Tim Burton, I like Tim Burton, but I wanted to watch it because it was freaking Dark Shadows. So I had two reasons to want to watch it. And so, another one of our coworkers got mad because he thinks he's an expert on cinema. We kind of like the Dark Shadows movie with Johnny Depp. I mean, it wasn't perfect in some areas. I can tell you things that I found wrong with the film, but we overall had a positive opinion. And he got mad and said every time I read articles and reviews, they were saying terrible things. I said, okay, why don't you go and watch it yourself? Give me your opinion. So he actually went in there and watched it himself. And then he came back and said, and he still had the same opinion, but hey, at least he watched the film. He didn't go by what some reviewer had to say about it.
Yeah, that's important. I try and go in blind to it's tempting, to go into a movie and like read a review or two, but I might do that when I'm buying like an expensive DVD or Blu-ray. I might read a review then just to like for a general consistency to see like if I'm gonna spend 20, 30, 40 bucks on like a rare DVD, but I want to make sure the movie's good, But the theater, yeah, I try and go in blind.
You ever bought a DVD just for the cover and you ended up just like watching it over and over and just thinking, man, I made a good decision?
Yeah. I definitely if I'll look at the cover and like maybe the director on the back, a couple of cast people, a couple actors, and the plot just sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I'll take a chance blindly for sure.
Yeah, there was a film like that. For me, I forgot the name of the store, but I walked in there, and the person on the cover, her name is Chantal Goya. It was a French film, and the name of the movie was Masculine and Feminine from 1966. And I could tell it was one of those artsy films, and it was, directed by Jean-Claude Godard. And so I kept on looking, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to buy this film. I don't know why, but I have a good feeling about it. And I was right. I ended up buying it, the film, and ended up watching it over and over again.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Let's see.
Masculine, Feminine.
1960. Yeah, okay, I found it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Chantal Goya. Yeah.
Cool. I'll add this to the watch list.
A lot of leftist references in the film, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. The main male character is I think he's a member of the French Communist Party in the movie.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I found it. I'm gonna add it.
Is it the Parti Communiste? I guess is what it's called.
Cool. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm gonna add that to the watch list.
Yeah. So,
Bam.
And I didn't expect that in the movie when I bought it, but I was just like, oh, cool. When I actually ended up watching it for the first time, but I enjoy. As it says, this is one of those films I enjoy. So yeah. Let's see. Another one it's actually, you can watch it for free on YouTube. I think you can still watch it for free on YouTube. Is Land of Freedom, which is about the Spanish Civil War. About a
Land of Freedom.
Land or Freedom.
Land or Freedom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about a British communist in the 1930s. I believe he went there to fight with the Republican movement in Spain to fight against Franco.
British communist is unemployed. 1936, when the Spanish Civil War begins, he decides to fight with the Republican side. Okay.
Yeah.
Land and Freedom. Got it.
And another one I love. You can actually definitely find that for free on YouTube is April Captains, which is about the Carnation Revolution in Portugal in 1974.
Interesting. Story of the 1974 coup that overthrew the right-wing Portuguese dictatorship.
Yep. Yeah.
Cool.
And Mercedes Madridos, she's the director, and she's actually
She's in Pulp Fiction.
Yep, I was about to mention Pulp Fiction. Yep.
Very cool, because like I never really seen her in anything else besides Pulp Fiction. That's it says she directed it too.
I love Pulp Fiction.
Wow, this is neat.
Yeah. Pulp Fiction is probably my all-time favorite movie in the 1990s.
I haven't watched it in like 10 years, but I definitely watched it like at least 3 or 4 times, just because as a teenager you're like, whoa, and I definitely liked it on rewatches, but I need to rewatch it. It's been almost a decade.
I've been trying to watch it again, but I like to watch it with somebody. So, when my parents visited, I was like, let's go watch this movie. And I mean, they're not, they're pretty good people, but they're like, they know there's a lot of bad language in the movie. And I was like, just overlook the bad language, I
wouldn't be worried about the language.
I did tell them the movie's a little bit violent for certain points too, but it's funny as hell. I mean, just some of the stuff they say in the movie just so whacked.
Yeah, just 2 hitmen talking about everyday life and
they humanize some hitmen. That's the first time it's ever been done in a movie.
Yeah, dude, that's definitely. I forget how funny it is. You're right.
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. So, well,
cool.
The way the movie ended too was kind of funny because it looked like it was going to be violent, but it ended up not being violent. So.
Right. It could have definitely taken the cop out and like a bloody shootout or something. But yeah, it ended with no shooting. You're right.
Yeah. So, and the other Quentin Tarantino movies. I like Quentin Tarantino movies. So I definitely could watch that over and over again. So
yeah, I think but just behind the scenes, like off screen, I mean, every celebrity is pretty garbage. I separate the art from the artist, but because he's like good friends with Harvey Weinstein, he never really called out the sexual assault allegations, and I think he got Uma Thurman hurt on Kill Bill 2, I think, on a stunt.
It's sort of like I hate the fact that Mel Gibson is a good actor because he's such a shitty human being.
Yeah, he seems pretty nutty off screen, but he's definitely directed some bangers, man, and a great actor too.
Yeah,
he can act.
Yeah, he made a weird comment about Trump being president. It's like the dad bringing out the belt, to whip the bad children or something. I'm like, I'm not impressed with somebody if that's how you paint Trump. That's certainly not going to win me over on Trump.
What a strange thing to say. Nobody's going to be okay with that at all.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So anyway, I've been doing this for almost 4.5 hours here. I'm probably better get some sleep very soon.
Sure, man.
Yeah, I'm going to have you back on the show. I mean, we were talking about having you on the show here. Just don't count. This is like just a birthday fun stream.
Birthday stream, yeah, that's great, man.
I'm definitely going to try to have you back on the show soon. So we're going to work on that.
That sounds great, man. Just current news headlines. I like talking foreign policy and like imperialism and if we want to talk some like leftist movies or whatever. I'm
Yeah,
down.
we can definitely do that and everything, and so we can work on that
Great.
between in the next few weeks, hopefully.
Sounds great, man. You got my just DM me and I'll let you know. I'm usually free evenings every day, so
Okay, sounds good. I'm about ready to get some sleep, so I drank me a bottle of this, so
nice.
yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on, dude.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I'm going to say my goodbyes to everybody here, and I'm going to bed.
Thanks for watching, guys.
All right. Okay.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Absolutely.
Cool.
Elon Musk will say, "You say river to the sea, I will go and suspend your account." Like, I just want to sit there and put a middle finger in his face.
Just repost that photo of him with Epstein or
Oh, is there a photo of Elon Musk with Epstein?
yeah, that and like before he had plastic surgery, like that's how people troll him on X, they'll just
Oh, I seen the one where he's not having a lot of hair.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, I've seen that one. And yeah, here's the thing. Before we go, here's the thing about Trump. Whatever amount of money he has in his account, whether it's 200 or 300 million, or whether it's 2 or 3 billion, if I had the money he had, I'm sorry, my hair will look a hell of a lot better than what he has it right now. Call me crazy.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna wish you good night. I'm gonna wish everybody else good night here. All right. So everyone, I'm Willy Bragg. This has been fun for tonight. And if you like what you heard, please press like and comment. Comment any way you disagree with what I have to say. Feel free to share the content on this channel. As a First Amendment absolutist, it's my duty to inform you, to create your own platform and utilize it, because we are, in fact, the muckrakers of our time. Subscribe to the Willy Bragg Show on all my appropriate platforms. And remember the free Ed Snowden, free Palestine, free healthcare for all, and free speech preservation, free speech absolutism for our own preservations. Reject corporate media, folks. Y'all have a great night, and I will be back on Thursday. Y'all take care. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye, Willy.
I've been living in spite of myself.